affecting everyone else, does it?
Yeah. Alright. In the game. We've all taken long rest. Yeah. Okay. Well, you all make it to Raydale. Sure, you can do it again if you want. Yeah.
He was sleeping on the cart ride.
And from what you all know, it's a fairly multicultural city with all races kind of verging. Although, of course, there's, like in Kefeld, there was others, but it was mainly humans. Whereas Raydale, it's a complete mix. As you approach the city, you'll see it's I mean, the land around it's fairly flat, at least in the rough vicinity of the city. The city itself is half, or at least a portion of it, is on top of a hill. They essentially sloped on one side and the other is a cliff face. And then there is buildings, all around the hill. The cliff face is to the north. As they're kind of approaching, you can see what looks to be more so ruins of a castle right at the top of the hill. And fancy looking houses and other such buildings going up on that hill leading towards the castle. On the kind of underneath the castle itself and the cliff face, you can see what appears to be a large group of mostly wooden housing. It seems to be kind of mishmashed together and housing built on top of each other and whatnot. And as you enter into the city, kind of from the center-ish area, you will come into the western ward, and it's kind of a mix of the houses themselves being, different styles from different races, their cultures, and so forth. So, what do you plan to do?
I wanna go home.
Probably not the best idea at this point.
I mean, this is my home.
Oh, that's the best idea at this point.
Safest. Besides, and at least we don't need to pay for an overpriced tavern here.
I've never had any experiences with overpriced taverns. It's not on my way.
Exactly, you don't.
What tavern have you been staying at? How much was it?
None. Listen, I don't have enough money on me. I don't wish to spend more on tavern with it.
You need money for food?
No, My parents live here. You got enough here.
Okay, okay.
I'm inviting you guys.
Just making sure.
Reminded me a lot of that orc boy. Can't believe it.
What, what orc boy? Oh,
Don't worry about it.
you mean Bugbear over there?
Bugbear?
Yeah. Or a Bulkdar. You right there. I'll point at Bulkbar. You, Bobber, him, the Music Man.
We'll work on it. We'll work on it.
What? I don't see what I'm getting wrong. Bulkbar. Gotcha. Bulkbar. Wow. I'll remember that.
I doubt it, but yeah.
Yeah, let's get on going then. It's nice to see.
Yes, we can go to my home. We just need to scale that slope to go up out of this poor man's area.
It's pretty average. It's not
Out of this
by any
average area.
means
Comparatively.
Comparatively
And we
poor.
got two spoiled brats in this party now.
I'm not spoiled. I work for my fucking. You know. Well, that's because it is. Telling me you have a lot of gold on you? I doubt it.
You like some?
No.
Okay.
There were like poorer districts further down, right?
to the north.
The north.
The hill. Yeah.
What do you think? Visit my parents, have a place to stay, and we can see what we do from here.
Sure.
Besides, I'm pretty sure they're worried about me. The news already broke.
That's messengers.
What?
The fast messengers. I
Yeah,
heard that
maybe.
it didn't happen too long ago.
I mean, it did happen like a couple months ago.
A couple of months?
We've been on the road for weeks.
For when I first arrived in Aragos, I didn't hear about it till I got to my first village.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway.
Roxy, what the fuck are you doing?
He's having the zoomies.
He doesn't have a
my.
cat to move around with WASD anymore, so he has to use his mouth.
Yeah. Well, so you're all wanting to make your way to Pasha's parents' house?
Yeah.
Okay.
Onward.
And you can walk through the western ward. There's a market kind of in the center area. As you approach a gate with a... what's the word again? Thing that shuts down. I don't know. Got the name.
Eight.
Sure, we'll go with we'll go with gate. And
A
then
drawbridge?
no, drawbridge is over water, so it's not that.
I think it's actually just called a gate.
I feel like there's another name for the entire thing, but yeah, portcullis. Maybe that.
The fuck is it? Oh, this.
Yeah.
I had no idea that that was called.
Yep.
Oh,
Right.
so it's
Oh,
like a
yes.
gate,
Right,
and then
right.
there is a second layer of like iron bars, right?
Like it's the thing in the big gate doorway that comes down and it's
Yeah.
like see-through.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
It's up at the moment, and in front are 4 guards. They have fairly well it's nice looking armor that they have
There we
on.
go.
It's
Now
got
it's working.
kind of
Okay.
intricate designs on it. And sort of like a blue cloth that goes over one of the shoulders. And they'll kind of approach you as you go towards the gate. What is your business here?
We're trying to enter Raydale.
You are in right now.
Oh,
Trying to go to my parents behind
Is this a
gate.
different district?
Yes. Don't
Why
you
is it
see the
guarded?
wall?
The residents of the Royal Street have made us to let in and keep out who they deem unfit to be within this area. It is our duty to keep this area safe from questionable characters. And as he says that, he'll look around the group, just eyeing you all up.
so what makes this questionable? Not understanding, sir.
I pull out my pipe. I have questions.
Pasha, you say you live on the
No,
other
no, no.
Pasha, you say you live on the other side of this, right?
Yes, I do. Wait,
So that
here,
means
let
you're
me.
a resident, correct?
Yes, let me. And I go around in my bag and pull out a letter with the symbol of my family. Pasha Dalnara, I live here. Well, yeah, I do live here, I guess.
Let me
Hand it
see.
over.
And he'll look at it through it. Very well, you can go through.
What about
Um,
the rest of them? They're with me.
Roll
I
for
won't-
persuasion.
I was about to say I'll vouch for them. Persuasion. Oh.
I'll see Pasha like stuttering through her words, trying to convince these guards, and I'll step up. Clearly, if you have a look at us and you look into my eyes, you can tell we don't mean you guys any harm. Let us in. We'll be in and out without a worry in the world. I'd like to roll a persuasion.
Sure.
Ooh.
The rest of you here, I assume you don't have any eyes per se.
I
You're
have
here
two
as
of them.
guests.
I'll vouch
Eyes?
for whatever
What?
they're doing.
What?
What do you mean by eyes?
Eyes?
Like spies?
No. Eyes. Family, business.
Eyes.
Eyes.
Oh. The guild hold, is that in here?
You're gonna have to be a bit more descriptive. What guild hall? There's plenty guilds.
Oh, I mean, is the tinkering toddlers, are they resident in here?
Probably not.
The who?
You know, Chisel Chuck. You ever heard of him?
No.
Oh, what
But
guilds are in
God.
here?
The ones of the higher prestige.
Oh,
There's plenty of guilds that can be found within the east and western wards as well.
trust me, the Tinkering Toddlers are high prestige. Don't worry.
Well, I haven't heard of them, so they're not.
It's all right. We can find them later. We'll have a look. See where they're at.
So, the rest of you are guests on behalf of Pasha Delnar, is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, we are famous adventurers that are escorting Pasha back to her parents. And famous investigators.
Not-
and
not
famous musicians.
Roll for deception.
Famous musicians. That's true.
19.
Ignore the die. 19.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, in any case, Pasha, you're hereby responsible for the activities of your guests. Any trouble they cause will be put on you.
I do a sharp scan across the group, glaring at them, and I go look back forward to the guard. I will. They will not do anything.
Very well. And may I suggest you all go to the bathhouses? While you're assuming you're going to be in and out of Royal Street a while, I would suggest you clean yourselves up a little bit.
Yes, of course.
I sniff on myself. Do I actually stink?
You don't smell great. You've been to small towns and you've been traveling a lot and camping, so yeah, you don't. You could definitely do with a bath.
You could pass for a troglodyte.
To the bathhouses.
Oh yeah. To the bathhouses.
8.
Well, I mean, I want to be clean.
And we have to freshen up first.
Yeah.
It's only right in the presence of nobles and royals.
I'm gonna put on my fine clothes, my noble clothes. A bottom.
Oh, no.
So were we given like a pass or like a little slip, little note, or will the guards just remember us if we go in and out of the district?
Leave them in, like, all the way in that, like, prison cell something?
Prison cell.
I don't know this, but
Doesn't sell.
No.
Are
Y'all-
you saying this in front of the guards?
no, I'm saying this out of, like,
Okay. Remember that time we're in the prison cell?
Yeah, remember? We'll cause no trouble. Hey, so remember
No,
that time
they-
about prison?
they did not hide out at the, like, weirdest place.
Hey, remember that time we were working for the guys that took over Kafil?
Remember when I unleashed a demon?
Goodness.
No, to the bathhouse first. I wouldn't want to go smelly to my parents. That would be... Yeah, that would not be good. Yeah, that would be embarrassing. Especially when they haven't seen me in like many months.
Look, I have some urgent business to attend to. Could you just describe where your house is? I can join up with you later.
Yeah, it's somewhere up there, and I'll actually give them a direction to where
Yeah.
it is. Somewhere
It's
up
kind
there.
of
It's one of
like,
those little roofs.
It's fair. It's like 3/4 the way up the hill.
I know where it is.
Yeah, he'll
Okay.
give you a description.
I'll turn around and go back out of the district.
Oh, no one's really gone into the gate yet or past the gate yet, so
Oh, okay.
yeah, you'll head.
That's why he was asking if the remember the.
Yeah, so just go on that. No. Well, they'll remember. Yes, you won't have like a guest pass or anything. It's kind of assumed if people don't have anything of their own, then the person they're with is considered their, person.
Sponsored.
Yeah. That person is vouching for them.
Okay.
So, where are you heading to then, Handfar?
To the town square. Ask around a little bit.
Sure.
By the way, my little contact there. Do I know where they would live or where they would be? Or their name, even?
Sure. I think that'd be reasonable. You're looking for Rothabeb.
Can you say that a bit slowly?
Rothabeb. I'll post it in chat.
Okay.
Sounds like a demon's name.
Must be a demon.
What do I know about Rothabeb, other than the name?
They're a dwarf. A little eccentric, but I mean, which one of you tinkers aren't? So.
Right. I want to go and ask some of the townspeople in the town square.
I think
Some
you have to roll
locals.
about a cat.
Some random person.
Sure. Roll persuasion. Or general charisma, actually.
What, me?
Yeah. You're the
Well,
one
if
asking.
I can spot it around. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you're going around asking some people.
Okay.
No one seems to really know the exact location, but one tiefling sort of, or they heard of something like that in the eastern ward, kind of to the northern area.
I'm also asking about the Tinker and Toddlers. If anyone's seen them around lately.
I hate his name.
No, no one has seen them. They look at you funny when you mention the name.
Did you say the western area?
The eastern ward to the north.
The eastern ward to the north. I'm heading there then.
Oh. Well, what's your plan when you get to that area? Are you?
I am looking for signs of a tinkerer. I mean, just maybe a general shop or like someone selling parts, metal, wood, building material.
For perception. Sure. So it takes you a little bit of time, but after a minute or two, you're able to come across a strange-looking house with lots of kind of like metal pipes sticking out of it, and there's like black smoke billowing from the chimney, and together has a strange but somewhat recognizable appearance with the annex that you can see on the outside.
Sure. I approach the door, but I'm wary of like mechanisms or alarms or anything I could trip off as I'm walking up to the door.
General perception again. All looks clear. Doesn't seem to be any sort of traps or anything of the sort.
Oh, I'll knock on the door.
You hear the kind of clattering of metal. And then someone shout, "Ah, shit!" And then nothing else. It was quiet.
Yell, Rothabim, that you? It's Timmy.
Who?
Tinker and Timmy. I'm with the tinkering toddlers.
Hmm.
So just look out your window. I have a metal dog with me.
Come in.
How many people? Okay, thank you. I will step inside.
Two.
Hi, inside you see an older dwarf. With like a big, messy beard that kind of just sticks out in different directions. A little on the fatter side as well. And in their hands is essentially an improvised blunderbuss of sorts.
No.
They're just
What, is he
holding
aiming it
up
at
you.
me?
Yeah.
Oh, no need for that. This
Pull
is
that
just a friendly
Alexander
visit.
now.
Friendly visit, you say?
Yeah.
You look down
I
at
know.
your dog.
Look, Bob, sit. The dog will sit.
Okay. At that point, he'll lower the weapon.
Look,
Hmm.
my guild has told me about you, right? I'm sure you have some sort of connections or ties to us, although I haven't met you before, right?
Yeah, I mean, I know the others.
You potentially had some information that I'm very interested in.
Did I?
Well, yeah. Your name is Rothbeb, right?
That is me.
Right. So, I've heard rumors of a certain artifact.
Oh yes.
One that you might be familiar with.
Do you remember something?
Do tell.
Swear I remembered something. Maybe I
Could
had
I
it written
inside
down
check
somewhere.
him?
Sure.
If he's holding
Yeah.
back? Oh,
You don't know.
look, I've been sent here for a
Oh,
good
you do.
reason. I'm sure you remember.
No, I swear I've written it down somewhere. Maybe. Give me a sec. He'll kind of go over to his desk and kind of rest the blunderbuss type weapon down. Kind of look through all the random pieces of paper on his table. After 10 or so seconds, he'll lift one up. Ah, yes, artifact. Right, I heard they were some sort of auction or something. The higher ups and all that, you know?
An auction?
Oh, damn.
Yes. Every so often they hold an auction for all the rich folk and stuff, and well, I think it's gonna be there, from what I've
Oh,
heard.
it hasn't been sold yet.
No.
I have reason to believe that this artifact has something to do with the events in Catheld. It might be powerful.
What events?
Oh. What? Nothing.
Oh, okay.
What? This item might be important. What price do you think it would go for? Are people interested in this?
I assumed you would be. But no.
Wait, have you
Couple
seen
maybe?
this? Have you seen this
No,
artifact?
no, I
Or
haven't
just
seen
heard
it.
rumors?
It's just, yeah, just, from other people in the guild and all that. Don't know much myself, to be honest. But they hold an auction here, in the city. Well, rich folk do. There's obviously the market auctions for everyone else, but
You're very kind telling me all this, but I can't help but wonder what's your angle on this? Why are you telling me?
I don't know. You asked.
Are you expecting payment?
No.
Okay. Very charitable guy.
Can I get money?
No,
Money,
I'm
money,
poor.
Okay.
Well, thank you
Okay.
for the information. Where's this auction again?
I know. Rich folk place.
Oh, it's in
Mhm.
the upper district, then I assume.
Oh, so?
Who's holding this auction?
I don't know. One of the rich folk, I presume.
Right, who's in charge of that district?
No one really. It's sort of like everyone holds some sort of degree of power there, kept in check by everyone else. It sort of works itself out in a way.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for your information, Rothabeb. I think I'll be heading off now. I have to join my friends.
You don't want to stay for tea?
Oh, I could. You're offering me tea. Nice.
I don't have any tea. You could buy some though.
You know what? I could buy some tea. We can drink together. How about that?
Sounds like a plan.
Yep.
You can
Yep.
go find a shop nearby and grab some tea. And sit and drink some tea with a new friend.
I'll
What are
get
the
to know
rest of
him.
you doing while this happens?
Going to the baths, I guess. Getting cleaned up.
Are you heading to one within the Royal Street district?
I don't know where anything is. I'm following Pasha.
Pasha.
You're going to the bath house. A bath.
Okay. Sure. Well, you'd be aware of one within the upper district, so you can head there. Very fancy looking place, so sort of like a Roman style looking building. Just speaking our world terms. And yeah, as you enter, there's a elven female with very neat silk clothes. Good afternoon. How can I help?
So we want a bath, like all inclusive.
All inclusive?
All inclusive.
Very well. So that includes the refreshing and cleaning of garments, the after bath massages, we also have a cold and hot bath area if you'd like to use those. Would you be looking for the private baths, or would you looking to use the public one?
What do you think? I look at the group.
From my experience, there's always a lot of old people in the public baths. We'd be better off private.
Can we get a private for our group?
This feels like the first episode of like the second season of an anime.
Well,
Can put the bill on the House of Dalnara.
Us is
I
just
shall do
stuttering
that.
because it's a
Yep. Very well. I shall charge the 50 gold to the house.
damn! Holy fuck!
All inclusive.
Parents are rich. They can spare 50 gold from me.
It was never this much back where I was from.
Well, probably also smelled like you never took a bath at all, so this is like high
I can
tier bath.
assure you, our streets and our people were cleaner than, I'd say, anywhere here.
Kinda rude.
It's true.
If you would like to make your way to the bathhouse room.
Absolutely.
Secondly, arguing at reception. Here, you're all a kind of fairly tall male dwarf. He kind of he'll show you to the room that they've allocated for you. It's a fairly large, sharing kind of bath, but not nearly as big as the public one, but of course will allow for all of you to share that. If you just leave your clothes in this room here, we'll come pick them up and get those clean for you before you leave.
Sounds good.
Right. And he'll leave you to it.
Yeah. Good to be home again.
I'd say the same if I were, never mind. It's a nice refreshment from walking on the road for.
Tell me about it. What about you two? And I look at Boltbar and... Oh no, you three. Boltbar, Fenfarin, and Alexander. You've been quiet. Like,
Yeah.
ever since we entered.
I'm ready for a bath. Put on some fancy clothes.
Let's go! And I throw my hat in the air.
Well, Wokbar is just thinking about all the outfit combinations that he could have with his single set of clothes. Like, what? But I could tilt my hat like 30 degrees to the side. All right.
Yeah. Put my robes neatly, my hat on top, and then just go and take my bath because I'm stinky.
Yeah.
It's a fairly large room, very well decorated with lots of nice flowers, and there's a large stained glass window to let in light. And if you'd like to roll for Arcana, Asha.
Yes.
and anyone else who wishes to do so.
I know magic.
I mean,
I'm proficient.
If he rolls higher than me, then I'm gonna cry. Okay.
sure, Pasha,
Oh, -3.
too late
Oh, the guidance on myself.
on yourself.
No.
Okay.
Better than me.
Well, I mean, Pasha, you can clearly see. Let's see. And Fred can probably also be able to figure out they're using dancing lights and other spells to kind of just enhance the atmosphere.
I'll be the first one in the bathroom to just sink down, just with my head poking out.
Those are some crazy torches.
The dancing lights. Spell. You see, you're telling me you're like a master of magic, yet you don't even know the simplest of cantrips.
But they don't have legs.
I sink down further and just blow bubbles in the water out of frustration.
Roll a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, hot water? Oh, no.
As you bob down in the water, you forget to close your eyes and get soapy water in your eyes. and it smells very
Oh,
bad.
no. Oh, shit.
Ah. I regret.
Just get on, start praying. Yep.
I just jump in.
Travel we have.
Jump in?
Yep. Cannonball!
The fully clothed.
No, naked. Buck ass naked.
God damn it. Okay.
Man.
Well, you're all able to enjoy a very nice, comfortable bath. As you continue, there's nice music and some illusions kind of in the air of like birds and stuff like that. And then after a little bit, you're then asked if you would like to come through for the massages.
I'm alright.
Sure.
I'll do it.
Grab a towel before I go out and cover my body. Well, anyone could ever see anything.
The world will never know.
Sure. Well, those of you who want to have the massage can get that.
Yes, I'll go.
can-
I'm still rubbing my eyes a little bit from the soapy water. But it's...
He's half blinded.
Bro. Who would win in a fight? Mogdar and Bulkbar with alcohol or Pasha with soapy water?
Well, you're able to get whatever type of massage you like, whether it be rough or just a soft, relaxing one. And you're all able to
Massage for
pick up
soft-
your.
soft little teeth.
And then you're all able to pick up your freshly cleaned and fragrance clothes.
I haven't smelled like this in ages.
Putting on my fine clothes.
Yeah.
Rope comes back on.
Put on my noble clothes. Custom, tailored outfit.
Yeah. As we leave the bathhouse, I'll walk up to Pasha, and I'll like glance up and down, and I'll be like, "Seem really easy to punch. Don't worry, I can fix that for you. Don't you worry."
Wait, what do you mean?
And I'll put my hand on Pasha's shoulder, and I'll cast Twinned Protection, Twinned Mage Armor
Oh,
on myself and Pasha.
oh, ow. Okay.
And you feel yourself being protected by magical energies surrounding your body.
My AC is now above 10 for 8 hours. Wow. I feel so protected now. It's great. Thanks.
No problem. Where's your family's place?
Come on, let's go. They're not far from.
Go.
Okay. Well, you can all make it to the front gate of the Asha household. The Delnara household. There's a guard standing outside in the same attire as the others that you approached earlier. Hello? How can I help?
Yes, Pasha Dalnara here. I wanna see my parents.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, and just going through, their servant should be able to lead you in. And he'll open the gate for you.
Come on, guys.
Make sure my pipe's out. My fancy clothes.
Straight up pimping, bro.
A little bit of strutting.
No.
Roll for performance.
Shit.
Got my loot in my lyre in my fancy bag.
Yeah.
Performance.
Oh yeah. Fancy bag.
I mean,
Oh my
for-
god.
That's the
for
wrong
you it's
skill.
fancy.
Oh.
That's why that was so high.
Mhm.
Wrong one.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh yeah. Anybody could tell by the way he walks that he's meant to be here. He struts like a king.
Yeah.
I bump
No.
Bulk with my elbow a little bit and give him a nod of approval on how well he's actually doing in this area.
It's almost like he belongs here.
Yeah.
Well, you're greeted by one of the servants who lets you in.
I'll hug the servant.
You'll. Oh.
It's
Hello,
been so
Asha.
long.
Yes. Yeah. I will. Go get your parents. Can you let go now?
Oh yeah, sorry.
Thank you. Please, if all of you'd like to take a seat here.
Yes, we'll do.
You're seated in the entry room of the house. It's clearly designed for having guests come and go.
So long since yeah.
A minor illusion,
Nice.
smoke coming out of my pipe.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold up. Can you post minor illusion in chat? I want to see something.
Okay. Shit.
Bro, the somatic component of you blowing smoke out of your pipe could be you raising your pipe to your lips.
Yeah.
You don't even have to do anything else. You're just smoking the pipe. That's incredible.
I light it with my thumb tend lighter. Just using my thumb. Nothing's coming out of my thumb. Just raising my thumb up to the pipe.
You're a great man of
Incredible.
magic.
The servant then re-enters. Galen will now see you all. Please, if you'd like to enter with me. And he
Enter.
will take you into a very large, high-ceilinged room with lots of books and paintings, some of which are of your family, Esha. It's like a family kind of portrait thing. Will be looking very stern. And you'll see the land, your father sitting at his desk.
I'll run up to him.
Hello, Pasha.
I'll give him a big hug. Oh, Papa, you don't even know. Been through so much. So nice to see you again.
Right. I did hear of the news in Kefeld. I'm glad you're able to make it out.
Not before those people. Point at the group.
I see you were able to hire some mercenaries to get you here safely. That's good.
I
If they
didn't
No, I'm
need a
just here.
reward, then I can provide that.
No, they're my friends. Well, I mean, kinda. A bit mean, but they're my friends.
I see.
No intentions of getting any money.
Where's Mom?
She's busy.
Yes, can we stay here for the time being? We have a lot of things to do, and I don't know how long we're gonna stay, but gotta figure something out.
Well, now that you're here, and with the situation in Kefeld, we ought to enroll you in the Magic College here. Of course, it doesn't fit the school that you were looking for, but they can provide you with general teaching.
It's good. I've got some other things to do for now.
Well, it'll be a little time before we get you enrolled, but while it's happening, you can stay here. And if you're
Well, we'll see. We'll see.
friends, I'm sure they can find lodging within the inn.
They not stay here with me? Like a sleepover?
No.
Okay. Well,
All right. Where's the inn?
yeah. I mean, somewhere over there. Because I never been in the. Always been here, from what I remember.
Oh, all right. Go find it, y'all.
I appreciate your help in bringing my son back, but
Your son?
Water?
Son?
what?
What? Wait.
Very well. I will give you some monetary compensation.
Oh, also we put a bath on your
Hold on,
bill. Don't.
we're just confused calling Pasha a boy now.
Okay.
No.
Was that intentional?
Yeah, of course it was.
Yes.
But
Okay.
no, really, there's no need for any monetary value. I mean,
Yes, we're not seeking money rewards. We're seeking the prestige of returning your wonderful daughter to their family.
I'm just here to sightsee.
Because we're adventurers.
Very well. Adventurers. Perhaps it's best you go to one of the taverns in the lower wards then.
Oh, really, there's no need. We're adventurers, but
Just
as you
take
can
it.
clearly
This is
tell, we're meant to be.
Guys, expensive. Just let him pay for you. This is not going to be a single gold for a room, I'm pretty sure.
I believe the nearby inn. For the larger rooms it was 15 a night.
We'll accept your generosities.
Very well.
Okay. I'll be staying here. I need to skim through some old books. Yeah, maybe find something.
After enjoying some chai tea, saying my goodbyes to Rothabeb, I'm headed back to Pasha's house.
Sure.
Or to where they
The
described
guard
it would be.
recognizes you as you were in the group previously and will let you in
Thank you.
and head up to their house. Since they've had the bath, you probably, we'll say for ease sake, there's the amount of time you spent with the tea and stuff that you're arriving at this point.
Okay.
And you'll be let in. And he'll show you to the room where the rest of them are.
So was it in Pasha's estate, or was it just
Yeah.
paid for in the inn? Okay.
What do you mean?
Oh, nothing. I was just confused.
You're being let into Pasha's
Okay.
house. You will enter the room where the rest of them are at this point in time. Imagine that. How convenient.
Are we now standing in a room with Pasha's parents? We're all
Yes.
together?
You've
Okay.
just walked in as this conversation was happening. Very well.
Hey,
I shall-
Pasha's father? Hello?
That is.
What's your name?
Smell at my phone.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me introduce myself. I'm Timmy. Or you can call me Ding Dong.
I am Glenn Delnara, the owner of this estate.
Sorry, who?
And
Land?
Glenn Delnara.
Geralt
Right.
Del Nor.
Yep.
You're rich, right? You got money?
I own a large successful trading business within the area.
wouldn't happen to know of an auction that's going to happen within a day or two.
There is one within the coming week, yes.
Are you going there?
Going?
The auction. Will you
I
attend?
am a co-host of the event.
Oh, really? Now that's interesting. I'm very much looking forward to that.
I somehow don't remember your name being on the invitation list.
I don't.
Oh, it's not like an open event?
No.
How do you get in? Get on the invitation list.
Well, I and the others who are leading the event will send letters to those who we know and deem to be able to afford the items that are being listed there.
I mean, can he
I
not
s-
go anyway? Not make like pull any strings? Get him in?
You'll stare at Timmy, who has still not taken a bath.
I subtle spell prestidigitation.
I mean,
oh,
He's clean.
it's
You
just out
see
of
that
nowhere as
He
he's looking
blinks
at
and
me.
then suddenly he's clean again.
Oh. Thank you for that, I guess.
For what?
Sorry. Oh, nothing.
the answer is still the same. I've
Right.
not heard of you, and I do not know you.
Can you come along when you go there so that I can also come along? Maybe we can all go. Just look at it. Not necessarily that we're betting, but no, just be there.
If I was to have these people as my guest, that would be on me, and it
It's
would
okay.
look awfully bad.
They're good people. They're not gonna do anything. I vouch for them. We've been traveling from Kefeld all the way to Raydale. Not right, guys?
Yeah.
That's right.
Well, for most of the party.
I shall consider it. I do not think it likely that this will happen.
Well, maybe I can be of service to you somehow in exchange for this favor.
And how would that be?
I can make your life easier.
Hmm.
Do you have any problems around the estate? Annoyances? Maintenance that's expensive?
Not in particular. Place is well kept.
Perhaps
Right.
one or two of us could go. Instead of all of us. You need to make.
What is your business going to the auction anyway?
Yeah, Timmy, what is our business?
I was hoping we might discuss that, a bit later.
A bit later. Well, now's the best time if we want to go to an auction.
True.
Well, doesn't seem like we're able to get in anyways.
That depends. maybe this kind gentleman will allow you to at least see if what you want is in the option. Maybe you don't have to go in the first place.
Right.
Something you're looking for that's being sold there?
Yes. Glenn, was that your name?
Glenn, yes.
Glenn, how concerned are you with the events of Catheld?
It has hurt business to an extent.
I'm pretty
but
sure
not
that one of
to a
the
worrying degree.
I'm pretty sure one of the items you have on your auction list might be related.
Ah, an investigation it is. A suspicious item that may be connected.
In what way?
What way? It's rumored to hold some sort of It's important, alright? That's all you need to know. You need to know.
Timmy, now's not the time to be so subterfugical.
Is it not? Well, it's a dwarven artifact, right? Rumored to have great power.
A dwarven artifact. It is to be sold at this auction?
It might help us in our, little problem.
So you're
It
saying
was recovered, I believe, within a dwarven ruin. Yes.
so Timmy,
It's recovered from a dwarven ruin? Yes?
Timmy, what you're saying is this item falls into the wrong hands. Could be catastrophic for Raydale.
That's my theory.
And that's why
Please.
we're here. The great adventurers.
I believe you had an encounter with a different artifact a while back.
It is true.
Well, that's my concern.
Well, somebody had an encounter.
Well, it's certainly going to make a nice mantelpiece for someone.
There's demons in it, sir.
Well, we don't know that. We don't. We just know that it's. I just know that it's important. Right.
Mantle place is not a place for demons.
I've been traveling for a long time. My guild sent me here just for this item. It's important that we're allowed to bid. You could do us this favor.
Timmy, I don't
I
think
shall
we have enough
think
money
on
to
it.
bid against
Said you were
nobles.
part of the people running this operation.
Yes.
Who else? Be the one that's selling that item.
Yeah, who is the owner? Good question.
Of that, I do not know. I do not know every item that's being listed. I simply more so work
Would
on the
another one of
organization.
your running this event know? Perhaps my friend here make the person selling the item that they take it out of the market
Wink,
before
wink.
it even hits the auction.
Probably be a lot of money.
Be a lot of
lot.
money in an auction too.
Yes. In either case, it would be a significant sum.
Perhaps we could find a way to, and we would not need to intervene in the auction.
Look, it's not that we need this item to own it. I just need to inspect it. I need to look at it. I need to see what it does and if it's important. If only we could have like a private viewing the items on auction. Would be sufficient.
Mr.
I shall
Delmar,
think on it.
I want you to consider something, Mr. Delmar. Timmy here is here to investigate item of great power. We're here to investigate the events of Theld and Raydale, and we have been led to this artifact. Now, you selling this artifact to somebody, which may contain demons, and those demons may be unleashed on the city, you will be sole responsible for the destruction of this city.
Can
I never
you
said there were
not-
demons in it, but
Can you not threaten?
Not threatening. It's a revelation. All we wish to do.
It was a fairly direct threat.
No, it wasn't a
It's
threat.
just-
It was a
saying
warning.
That even under any, they would be threat.
Yeah, and that's why we're here. To minimize this destruction, right? Like, we're here. We've been led to this crossroads, to you, to investigate this artifact and save this city. We're your insurance.
Knowing what happened in
Actually-
Kefeld, they're not too far off.
Mm-hmm.
I shall look into it, as I said.
Okay.
just want to say again, we have plenty to offer you. Perhaps not currency, but in skills.
I shall consider it.
Okay, I can understand what you're saying.
Well,
Maybe we should rest.
I shall ask you all to leave the premises. Gesture over to one of the servants who will hand over a pouch to all of you. Excluding Pasha, of course.
Poor wizard.
There we go. Oh, well,
All right then. Thank you for your time, sir. I'll shoot him a glowing smile.
I saved your daughter for demons. If you need me, you can find me.
Oh, can I just stop? He'll find something. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Come to the tavern in the early morning.
well, you're all escorted out of the estate.
What was in the pouch? How much?
10 plat.
And platinum?
Yes.
You're joking.
No.
Oh my goodness.
You're like a Mogdar.
Which is very funny when you're all like, nah, we don't need the money. I'm like, sure, that's what you want to do.
I mean, yeah. I was like, oh, I didn't think it was going to be 15 a night. Nowhere I have ever lived.
There's other inns.
I don't know about you. I am not shopping night just day and you heard their
Think of the people. All the stories that could be in those fancy inns.
Well, it would be morally wrong to take his money for the inn and then not even use it on the inn. So, of course, I'm going to sleep there.
Hell yeah.
you might. I asked for
I didn't ask for anything either, but he provided the money so that we could stay at the nice inn.
I'm gonna need a quiet room to think. It's been some events today.
Let's go to
I'll
the
head
inn he
over
was
to the,
discussing.
I'm
Yeah.
going.
Right. Further down the street somewhat, there's it's more so an elven themed building. dense decoration of plants and trees, painted walls, and green kind of floral patterns. And is everyone entering, or?
I
Sure.
am.
Yeah. Omega, are you
wow.
coming with?
I'm coming with.
Who's Omega?
Alexis.
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 Hmm.
Alexis Todd.
We walk in.
You're all greeted at the entrance by a male elf. The entryway has small trees on either side that kind of bend following the roof. And you've kind of like a lower roof, essentially.
Like a rainforest cafe.
Sure.
So sad that didn't hit. Do y'all know what that is?
No.
No. Bazinga
Welcome.
Roxy.
How may I help you all?
We are here to partake in this fine establishment.
Here for room.
And would that be single room for all of you?
I'll have a single room.
Of course.
Well,
I could share with someone if someone wants to save money.
Sure.
he looks at you as you say to save money.
Oh, I'm so too. I'm gay.
But I apologize, sir. That is my assistant. We will take a large room. How much will that be?
A large room, a large double room.
Yeah.
Separate
two-
beds or
Yes, separate beds.
parallel? That will
Sorry, I'm
be
gay.
25 gold for that room.
I'll just hand them 3 plat.
Holy sh...
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The rest of you?
Me and Fanfaren are sharing a room.
Jesus Christ, how many people are you sleeping with?
Wait, I'm with you? Oh, okay,
Yes.
I'm sorry. I'm with both brother.
I got sins and cause a scene.
I'm sorry.
The rest of
Share,
you, would you
Alexander?
like
Alexander?
that
Okay.
Sure.
Okay.
a large room or a standard?
Yeah, space.
I'm small.
Okay.
25, you
Alright.
said?
The large room, it was 25.
Done.
Very well. And the rest? And
I already
Mhm.
said a single room. Like first
single
thing.
room. Small?
Yeah.
It'll be 10 gold.
I'm done.
Very well. The bar is located to the right on this floor, and the library on the left. The bar also has a section for food as well. and he'll hand you all your keys to your rooms.
What? Are they nice keys?
Yes,
Mm.
they're fancy keys.
Yeah.
Again, sticking to the floral elven theme.
What time is it?
It's approaching evening.
I'll head to the bar.
Sure.
Well, invite anybody who would like to come.
Yep.
The
Sure.
human male in a it's like a smart attire, but it still has the floral design, though not being an elf themselves, it's not the full elven outfit.
I'd like to look around the bar. Be interesting.
Roll for perception. 14. Although it's fairly packed in here. I mean, not packed, as in there's a fair few people in here. Most of which seem to be merchants. Perhaps just rich folk visiting the town. As you're looking around, you're immediately blinded by a bright golden light.
Oh.
As the lights in the room reflect from someone's golden armor.
Oh my goodness. I'd like to roll to see if I can remember his name.
Intelligence. Where the fuck did I put this guy?
I'll give myself guidance.
Okay. I'll cast guidance on you as well.
Wow.
It's that.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
It doesn't stack, but I could use it on something else that I do in the next minute. I roll a
Oh, you got
5.
a 5.
What's his name
Yes.
again?
I know his
John-
name.
Logs.
Damn, if only you had the guy that actually takes notes with you right now, huh?
Is it?
It's
It's one of my
John
characters.
DeBroth.
John DeBroth.
Yep.
Yep. I'll walk up to him. Then I won't make a scene. I won't be like too crazy about it. But I'll
Tap him on the shoulder.
yeah, exactly. I'll tap him on the shoulder and I'll be like, "Hey, funny seeing you here."
Ah, my friends. I see you made it.
That we did. We're staying here, in fact.
Can we see this?
Oh. If you're at the bar, then yeah.
If you came with him, yeah.
I'll approach. Ah, it's old Rupert. How you doing, buddy?
Hello,
Rupert Van Broth. Yeah.
Wrath. But
Wrath.
yes.
Rupert Von
I've
Broth.
been good, yes. Exploring the city, markets, the baths, and other such pleasures. But yes, it's been fun.
Heading to the auction?
Ah, yes. Yes, I'm heading there. I do enjoy my fair share of trinkets and treasures. I'm sure you're aware. Speaking of such,
Mm-hmm.
how are yours treating you?
How or what treating me? What did he say?
I give you those magic stones, did I not? The wooden.
Oh yes. How are those treating y'all?
Oh, they're wonderful. I mean, we threw one in the water and it grew a boat. And the
Oh,
other one
roll for
flew away.
deception.
I honestly believed Zemty for a second. I thought I just missed something like
Yeah.
big. I was like,
19.
It's
"Huh?
like, when did
19. Fucking- oh shit!
Damn.
Holy shit.
you haven't used them yet, have you?
Nope.
Well,
No,
it
sir, we
certainly
have
would
no
make
idea
for an
what they are.
interesting story. Neither do I, to be honest. But they're probably magical. That's what I was told, at least.
We gave them to our tinkerer, and he said they're definitely not magical. He inspected him with his eyeball apparatus.
Perhaps it's worth taking it to a mage.
Timmy's not a
show
mage.
Show it to Patrick. He'll
Who?
probably know.
Patrick.
The big hat man.
Pasha?
Yeah, portcullis.
Portcullis. Patrick Portcullis.
Pasha. That was
Pasha.
Pasha.
Oh,
Yeah, Pasha.
I thought we gave him to Pasha.
Couldn't figure.
I don't remember, to be honest with you.
Hey, I just have a quick question. Do you know anything about Arcanum?
Like
Teamworks
like
and Magic, the game?
No.
Okay. I thought you might have been playing a certain game for a second. Hurting.
Oh, I haven't heard.
Nah,
of
he's
that.
just generally stupid.
Sog
I-
meat
I
mug.
Got, I got a 4 intelligence.
He
I
can
understand
barely
that,
talk.
but I thought you might have been playing in that game. You could make a character that fucks up one guy's name every time. Thought you might have been doing that.
No.
Doing it across the board.
I mean, like, base his character off.
I don't know.
Nah.
Yes, I can't remember you saying why you're heading here, if you did.
We're looking for an artifact that is coming up in this
Oh.
auction.
I see.
Mm-hmm.
What does it do?
I don't know, but I think there's demons in it.
Demon artifact.
Yeah. We gotta save this
That
city.
might be worth a pretty penny.
Mm-hmm.
Be great for my mental piece.
Yeah. Until it catches on
Talk of the
fire and
town,
burns your
actually.
house down. Because there's demons in it.
I'd be able to
Oh my
inspect it afterwards.
Do I overhear this? I'm like sitting at an empty table at the corner.
Rupert's pretty loud in general, so yes.
But what Bulkbar is saying.
Sure.
Come running over to Bulkbar. Be quiet.
Hmm.
We need to tell everyone what we're doing. Might be dangerous.
Why not? They should all know why we're
Well-
here. To save them, of course.
A few
Great
weeks ago,
adventures, Timmy.
you guys were very paranoid. Thought you had invisible people following you.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
What are y'all
Invisible
talking about?
people.
Mm-hmm.
Like ghosts?
From Catheld. Murderers. Visible murderers.
Anyways, I think you should be careful who
terrifying.
you tell things.
They're trying to stop us. Because we're the adventurers.
Hmm.
Oh. Yeah, I think it would be a great addition to your mental piece, Rupert.
If you were to get it,
I
Rupert.
actually,
Sorry.
well, yeah, we have a friend that he doesn't need to own it. He just needs to inspect it for a bit. It was that little guy. Remember from the boat?
Yeah. Oh, he's right. He's
The guy
right
who
here.
Just ran up, you mean?
This guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm right here. Hello.
I mean, sorry, I didn't see you.
And it's fine. I'm small.
Wow, Hayden's now making.
On accident.
If it is something that interests me, I mean, you can say all you want about it having a demon, but like, if it doesn't look pretty, it's not gonna really go well in there.
If you were to
In
get
the
it,
room, you know?
could we come and gander in amazement at it? Could we see it? Oh, that would be
Well,
great,
if-
Mr. Thornbright.
How does one get into the?
Well, you have to know someone.
Well, we know you. I've been traveling with you for quite some time now.
It's not really that simple. It's via direct invitation.
I see. No one of the auctioneers.
You have to know someone with.
Yes, guests are not permitted.
All right then.
Where are they? Let us see.
Roll for persuasion.
Got a bunch of silver-tongued fiends in this party now.
Except the wizard.
Yeah.
There's a building quite far to the top of Ryle Street. It's usually used to host balls and other such events. In general,
They hold it.
I wouldn't know that.
Seeing
Hmm.
as we might want. Tell her up.
No, that's no fun. Part of the fun is the auction, the bidding.
Not everything.
It does.
Come now.
But you
What would it
are-
matter to Rupert Brath here if we were to take such a potentially beautiful item off the auction before he could see it.
I know. We have traveled afar just to have a look at it. Imagine if the public knew how famous you would be to have
But
such
you are
a
an invited
sought-after
member,
item.
right?
I am an invited member, yes.
Is it possible for the invited guests to ask for a showing of the items?
No, I don't believe so. Very
But
closed off event. Very good question. The letter I received didn't actually have a signature.
how can one verify if it's legitimate?
Do you think anybody would question him if we walked into the auction looking like that?
I would.
I probably
I'm
would.
questioning him right now.
Well, we question him because we know him. He's a good friend. Rupert.
The letter comes with a seal of the auction house. No, it's a general letter, not from an individual themselves. I think, what I believe, you put the person forward as a guest and then so-called, if you want to say, committee that run the thing will send out the letters. Well, I mean, they know who's invited.
Makes sense. Is it a fancy looking letter?
It is.
I'd love to get a fancy letter.
Well, perhaps I can write to you when I'm back in my home city.
Oh, that'd be wonderful. Are you gonna put one of those wax seals on it?
Of course, all my letters are stamped with my
Oh.
official house seal.
Getting chest pains, Rupert. Oh,
Very well. I think I shall retire for the night.
All right.
Farewells.
Good
How is
evening
it,
to you all.
Rupert? How tall is Rupert?
They're not like super tall. And the most masculine height of 5'10".
Oh,
I'm taller than him.
Very well.
Farewell, Sir Prath.
Good evening.
So, from what I can tell, as long as we get our hands on a letter, we'll be fine to enter. At least one person. We just have to, well, should we actually need to
You
enter
would
to
have a
talk to
very
ourselves,
short.
I mean, I don't think it's deception or just we want to get invited. We'll
Recommend. Will not
Or-
be just any invitee.
or we could
the
just
way it
see
sounds.
if Rupert buys it. And we could see it on his hook.
Head up to. Caution with it.
Felt like we were off by the side with the table, but yeah, we can go up to a room.
Are you all going up to one room?
there are bards here. There are a bard here.
Yes. He's an elven woman playing a harp.
He?
What?
He is an
He's
elven, woman.
woman?
But there is.
Okay,
Oh, I heard he is an elven woman.
I also heard. Oh wait a
I
minute.
also heard that.
I see.
I knew I wasn't crazy.
I see.
Okay.
I see Bulk Bar eyeing up the other bard, and I whisper over to him. What are you thinking?
Thinking,
Bagpipes out another time.
It's
Sure.
definitely Only on
I'll
one.
bring out my lyre.
Can you
Ah.
not do a musical festival? After
And I-
we're done talking.
And I bring out my shawm.
Oh no.
Are you going to play them?
No.
The rest of us, this becomes a scene. Like to leave.
Would you like to do this, Bulk Bar?
Yes, I want to try to back up and match the other bard's music.
Well, let's walk up to wherever they're playing, and we'll come in behind them. I twinned spell guidance.
Okay.
Hey, fanfare should leave before it becomes a scene.
You two roll
Sure.
your instrument Performance.
Don't forget Bardic Inspiration.
20.
Too slow.
Yep.
Can I get the inspiration? Also roll your d4. Or if you're inspired.
The Yuto said it was too slow.
What
He's
was-
already playing.
Oh.
Bad.
I didn't think about
alright,
it, so
So this is gonna be at a +3 because I'm allowed to add my proficiency bonus to my instrument, but I'm not actually.
19.
19 +4.
damn.
Bing bada boom.
You can see the bar keep about to tell you to not interrupt the performance, but you're actually able to somehow work with the song that's been played.
Absolutely.
It's a fairly simple kind of song, so it's fairly easy to follow, thankfully. But yeah.
Hell.
Spice it up a bit.
Don't do spicy.
Well, no, not like that. Adding some like angelic, playing along with the harp theme, adding some like angelic beats.
Yeah, like beats.
Angelic beat.
I
What is
don't-
this, electro
well,
now?
Listen, I don't know much about music. I don't. I'm playing
What's
this
the
song.
instrument you're using?
It's like a flute but bigger.
Yeah, he's on
It's a charm.
the downbeat in the key of A, and I'm busting out some minor pentatonics.
You're
Do
not
you
even
know what those
speaking the
words
thing.
mean?
I don't know what the hell you're saying.
Dempsey, do you know what those words mean?
I do.
Oh my god, he does.
I don't.
He's using them properly. Holy shit.
See the guitar on my walls?
Because you have an instrument doesn't mean you know.
That's
Augustus.
very true.
Oh yeah.
A lot of from a guitar.
Here you go. There's a book right beside my desk. Music Theory.
My god, he's a musician. I am impressed.
It's incorrect what I said, but it's just the first words I could think.
They are real words.
They are in fact real.
Yeah.
Might not be you. There.
Yep.
Well, the rest of you can head up to one of the rooms while they play their music. That's what you want to do.
That's right.
We'll wait for the of them. Why not?
Do you guys tire out?
Eventually, yeah.
Do I roll like a Constitution saving throw or like what?
No, not like
Like, keep
it's
playing?
like
You just stop playing of it.
I just want to like play on this song, and if the elf looks like, you know, like that was a good idea, I might continue for another song, just to back them up.
they don't seem entirely pleased with you
Show.
interrupting their performance. But because it was good, they don't not too bothered.
Makes you don't start taking tips.
Yeah.
They have like a tip jar, like a open case. No.
Oh,
No.
they're probably paid by the establishment. This fancy.
I'll just tell them, apologize. I got a little too excited after the song's finished, and I'll flip them a plat.
What do you mean by flip it?
But like
Like-
you know when you put like a coin on your thumb and you like. pink it and
Yes,
it
but
spins?
like you're just throwing a plat to them?
Yeah. I'm gonna try. I'll make sure they're looking at me while I do it. You know, like so they know I'm gonna toss. I'm just not gonna just chuck it at their head. Like like as I'm talking to them, I'm gonna like toss them a
Cast
plant.
catapult. Rose gold.
No.
They'll catch it fairly easily and kind of look at you a bit confused.
And I'll take a seat next where the nearest table is to them and enjoy the rest of their show.
Okay, so Bugbear's not coming up.
Apparently.
I'll step off the stage and I'll tap Oakbar on the shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
I think Gerrymander had something to say to us.
Gerrymander.
Yeah.
Where the fuck did the K come from?
What the hell's gerrymander?
The spoiled kid. The guy who sleeps all the time?
Oh, Alexander.
Yes.
He always wants to talk.
I think it's best that we go up. I'll start walking off.
All right, I'll follow.
You can all make your way up to one of the rooms.
Took you long enough?
We're enjoying our evening. Fine establishment.
So, now that we can talk, I guess, what are y'all talking about? You haven't already gone over.
We have a few options. Buy in item.
Oh, there's always invisibility.
That was a good.
Like a devil.
Like a devil.
I knew there was
Yes.
demons.
If the items are place, they're being held out. Try and find their house. Try and find who's selling it. There. Go with the correct and roundabout way.
Yeah. Good question. I'm not sure. There's always the option of, stealing it and then putting it back for the auction.
Wait,
That would be.
so you want to cast? You want to make one of us invisible to obtain an artifact? This went well the last time.
The
We would not even have to move it. Perhaps we could take Tip directly to the artifact where.
I mean, the obvious or the easiest solution would be Pasha's father. Their influence. If
Didn't
they
they
could
say no
arrange a
already?
private show-in for us, they would consider it.
Consider is not a good answer.
No? Well, I didn't get the chance to talk to Pasha. But if only she could convince her father in some
You were
way.
trying to. Before you got there.
Oh,
We'll see. There's a couple ways that this could play out. If all else fails, then
or we could just
Maybe.
let someone buy it and then seek that person after.
that's what I was thinking. Rupert. He ends up getting it, but there's no
Yeah,
guarantee
or
that the item
whomever.
is pretty, so.
Yeah, we have no
the-
idea how it looks like.
The another issue with that is if it's not Rupert, then we probably wouldn't know who bought it or where they are. I think
The other option, find someone with something else with get us, or at least one of us.
Yeah, but how would we convince them to invite us? I mean, Pasha's father
I'm not
was
saying
reserved enough.
how to. Saying alright.
I mean,
That would allow you to the item perhaps a distance enough. Maybe even buy it.
If one of us gets in, either through invisibility or subterfuge, and we could just observe, and if an opportunity presents itself on the auction, we could act. We don't know how it's going to go down.
Other option. Find out when the item is going up. Perhaps one of us could watch from the side. He who buys it know who to follow.
Yeah, I agree with that. That wouldn't cause a scene or any risk to us.
Though we would still need to be present.
At least one of us.
Other question it.
Anyone good at staying hidden? Alright, maybe you could take this one.
not too sure about all this sneaky business.
Yeah. I'm not a sneaky business kind of man.
Tonight I can go and investigate the auction house.
Might be a good idea to scout the place out for the auction.
I can see if they hold the items there or not. Process of elimination. And I can have to take this how we might out of the perhaps there are
Yeah.
windows.
Or you could just watch through the window.
That would be the easiest.
Why don't you, Alexander, go and scout tonight? But don't break in or do anything.
I
That would
didn't
cause
plan to.
suspicion.
Hey, sir.
Yeah. Are we all agreed?
I don't like the sounds of this plan.
I'm not going.
Why not?
I mean,
No, we're staying here.
if
We're sleeping
Alexander
here.
wants to do this on his own accord, that's fine. It's not a bad idea.
My plan is to simply have to.
Yeah.
We are just resting. No need to worry. I guess Alexander will be the one taking the risk, at least tonight.
Oh,
The only risk
Well,
I'll have to
okay,
deal
think
with is
think about
corrupt
this, though.
guards and bandits.
think about this though. Alexander, should he get caught, and it's entirely possible, all the blame would fall on Pasha and then their family.
For what? Around late at night looking at a building.
Pasha is responsible for you. No.
True.
Yes, but I'm not doing anything. I think I plan to break anywhere.
I guess this first step's fine. Visibility stuff is really through.
That's the work.
All right, go for it.
Any other desires, objections?
Nope.
I think we could head to bed now.
cleric.
Which cleric?
Alright, there's two.
I mean, the only cleric.
What are you?
Sorcerer.
I don't. I was just gifted this power. I don't
And
exactly.
I look towards Fanfare, and anything else you'd like to ask?
No, and I slap his ass and cast light on that ass.
What the fuck?
What?
What?
Can
Yep.
I block his hand?
This is just the recounting of what Pasha did for the invisibility.
I
Well.
don't need a light.
Also, can I just say the music choice pretty good. Love it.
Of course.
I'm going to block your hand. I am not a willing creature.
I think it's a dex saving throw.
Yeah, it's a dex saving
Fuck,
throw.
it's
Yep.
a dex throw? Why does it have a
Yep.
dex throw on it?
Yeah, why
Saving
does it
throw
have?
DC
Why does it
50.
have a dex throw on
Why,
it?
why does it's a light spell? Why does it have a saving throw? What the fuck?
What?
If you target an object held or worn by a hostile creature, that creature must succeed on a dexterity saving throw.
Okay,
to avoid.
okay.
Oh, okay.
Alright.
Dexterity saving throw for your ass then.
Can
Go
you
for
can
it.
you move your glutes out of the way, Fasten?
No.
Oh.
You have a light on your ass.
Can I not be lit up in the darkness, please?
Uh, as the light starts on Alexander's ass, it stops.
What
Thank
do you
you.
cast?
No,
No,
stop!
It's counter spell. What the fuck? Oh my god.
It just
it's like a fluorescent light flickers for a second and then dies.
Yep.
That was interesting.
I will be on my way.
The somatic
my
component
cloak.
of that is just you saying no stop.
Yep.
Yeah, but I didn't say anything this time.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, well, it wouldn't be because technically you have to like say the wizardy like and make it like obvious that you're casting a spell. It's like like if somebody were to cast like command or something, it's like you can't just say it in a sentence. Well, command specifically still, but you'd be like abracadabra.
Yeah. Very well. Well,
I will
Alexander.
don my cloak and
Very well. Where are you heading?
I'm heading to...
Are you trying to be stealthy at this point in time, or are you just kind of...
I'm being as stealthy as one person in a crowd can be. Just walking. No suspicion, but I'm not...
Yeah, sure.
He's doing that Assassin's Creed thing where you like
Yeah,
turn
you just
gray
walk
and
into
you
the
turn
crowd
into a
and
clown.
disappear.
Yeah, exactly. Completely invisible.
Sure. There are lights in the street.
Oh, so the sun's down, but the light...
It's, yeah. I mean, it's autumn, so it's getting darker earlier, a little bit.
What are the lights in the like street lamps? Bill lamps, or are they magically? But
Would you know? They don't appear to be
Yeah, if it's-
obviously oil lit.
well, that depends. Do I spot any going?
No.
Magic. Alright,
Sure. You can reach the gate of the building.
How?
Considerably. It
And
looks to
this
be.
gate is 20 feet from the side of the building.
It's got a large garden area.
How
in the
large is
front.
large?
I suck at feet.
5 foot is a
Um,
square. Just if you can
Yes.
think of how many squares.
Oh, a square. That's a very good measurement that I can relate to.
Well, if you had a map, yes.
Um,
Oh, that's unfortunate. Think in terms of a map, though.
Or you
hmm.
could just say it in meters and like 3 feet per meter.
Well, if I sprinted, could I hit the front door in 6 seconds?
How far can you sprint?
60 feet.
20 meters.
Technically 90.
Hmm. Probably. Feels like about that range.
Which range? 60 or 90?
Somewhere in between.
That's
Big garden.
Is it like that wide on all sides or just front?
Well, the sides are not available. Like, as in, it's the side fences are then going into another garden, another building. They
Okay,
are
so
they are
the
narrow.
buildings next to each other, or is there like more garden and then
Yeah.
like a fence and then more garden than a building?
Of course. What do you take these people for?
Okay, so they have full. You'd have to actually.
Really go around?
Sorry, you have to. The whole thing is fully surrounded in a garden. My words are not. I'm thinking fast.
Yeah.
My words.
Yes.
And it's not backed up to anything either.
Cliff? Or steep slope? Yes.
Back of the building.
Well, you can't see. You don't have. Yeah, like from where you are, you can't really get a good eye for that. You can roughly guess that. There's no obvious signs of any other buildings or that behind it.
I assume significant where you can just drop off the cliff and land on the.
Land on the roof of what?
The auction house.
It's on the top of the cliff.
Oh, it's on top of the. Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought it was behind it going up, not behind it going down. My mistake.
No, you're on the hill.
On the top.
Yeah.
Is there a fence side, or does the fences?
Roll for perception. With disadvantage.
Disadvantage.
Yeah. No.
15.
Looks to. Pretty sure there's a fence at the back. Yeah. Seems like there's something.
Climbing up. Are there guards?
I mean, there's some walking up and down the street. There don't appear to be any in the premises itself.
Okay, final question. Garden up this dark.
There doesn't seem to, there's like very faint lights at the front of the garden. More so just to give the building a nice look. But like It's not doing much. And the back area is all dark. There's no
Alright, I
lights
think
in the
that's
building
all
or
I
anything.
need. That's all. I'll head back.
Yeah. The rest of you waiting in the same room together?
Everyone's gonna have it just night.
Heading
And
back to my
cards or
room.
something while you wait back, or
Yeah, I'd like to rest.
Sleeping my room.
sure. When you get back, everyone else is already in their separate rooms.
And I will go.
Okay. Well, you're able to get a long rest. Very, very satisfying long rest. Best you've had in a long while, and for some of you, the best you've ever had.
I've had better.
Yeah. Wait, how did you have one? Oh,
Did you lose a hit die?
I guess he. I don't know.
What,
Who
me?
knows?
We took a
Use a
short
hit
rest on
die,
the. We had a short rest on the boat over the river.
Would have had a long rest before then, but whatever. Being with Fen for an.
Yeah, but I didn't recover all my
Mhm.
hit points. Sorry.
Never.
Yeah. Well, you're able to awake the next day. Very comfy.
Yeah. Do I have to roll to see if I can get out of bed?
No, but
Feels like that every.
you're all going to make your way down to the bar/eating area.
Yep.
Y'all are served breakfast.
What's the food?
Elvish food. Would have.
Like 2 leaves on a plate and a sprinkle
No.
of dew.
I hate vegan food.
It is vegetarian, but it's nice. Very well presented, and it's filled with flavor. And
2 leaves on a plate and but fancy.
like, yes, okay, sure, we'll go with that.
I'll approach Alexander.
Would probably
Or
like
sit next to him.
attempt to go to the tavern then, well, in the early morning. I wake up. Roughly.
Yeah. We're able to be let out the house and go see them. Yeah, Pasha arrives after you sitting down and eating for a bit.
Oh, Pasha. Hello.
Oh, hello. I said I'm coming.
Any luck with your father?
I don't know. He seems like hard to read, I guess.
So when did you start being a boy?
What?
I thought you were a girl.
Father called you.
Yeah, did you guys not know? Wait.
Thought you were my daughter.
What the fuck?
You bounced between both quite a few times at this.
Yeah. Wait, of course I'm a boy. Why else would I take a bath with you guys? What?
Don't you have tits?
That's all I got time for.
No. And I open my coat, and there's just, the wife beater. No boob.
No, oh my God! No.
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 Kind of Twitch violations am I walking into?
No. I can't believe it. Is it like an exquisite wife beater?
It is a very exquisite wife
Oh
beater.
my
It's
It is a wife beater that
Made out of like
wives.
cloth.
this wife beater is enchanted, unlike my robe.
Oh,
You have a very slender bone structure.
Well, I'm a
Basha.
very slender little tiefling.
well, all right. I didn't know.
Moving along.
So wait,
So
you
that
guys did not know? Wait, hold up.
Last
guys
time
all-
we asked.
No, I didn't say that at all.
Yes, you did.
No, you guys just assumed, and I just went with it. I never thought that would be important.
Oh.
Moving along.
Have you ever seduced someone?
Okay, moving along.
Catching up to me.
Anyways, Alexander, what did you see on your scouting trip?
I'll just describe which everything. No guards normally.
Oh, it was nighttime. Might be guards in the morning.
There
You know
will
this
be
person,
guards
Yuto?
when there are people there.
Sober immunity.
No
You know
regular-
Yuto? I take it.
Not in you. Set up before.
One of Yuto's fans.
Hmm.
Oh, there's something I completely forgot to mention. Probably
Well, there
worth
would be time to
noting.
mention.
Annie, if I remember correctly, both your parents are elves.
No? What do you mean? Type it out to me, I guess. don't really know
Spicy
exactly.
cocks.
Your parents that everyone just visited are the elves.
One of them is.
Why aren't you a half elf?
I don't know. Because my mom is a tiefling.
So your dad's an elf.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Half elf, half t.
Why? You
That
touched my ears.
That's usually how it works, Basha.
Damn spicy.
might be why you're so skinny. Oh yeah. Speaking of, I'll touch Pasha on the.
Yeah. Oh, I don't need to use my spell slots for this. Woo. The L plan is coming together.
Now you get shield and mage.
How you doing, Spicy?
No, I
Haven't
don't
seen you in a
know.
while.
I'm sure that'll save him when he fails his dexterity saving throw.
Or I'm about to take like 40 damage from the fireball.
Hmm.
Right.
I'm
Well,
just touching my ears continuously now with that comment.
I mean, you're a tiefling, so they're a little pointy already.
Guess I'm a half elf then. Half elf, half tiefling.
Well, yeah, Alex.
Yes.
What did you? What happened last night?
I said that I explored everything all and that guards not anyone there.
I just wasn't paying attention.
And how the only way to
Been a while.
hop a fence even.
Sorry.
Not getting a good with the bill.
How important is this part of whatever you're talking about to me?
I mean,
Whatever it is.
all I can tell you is if my gang sends me out on a mission like this, it's important. It's my very first assignment by myself, and they wouldn't do it without good reason. When artifacts like these come astray, they cause havoc if they're not tampered
demons.
with in a proper way. Look, artifacts like this can be useful, can be applied to many different things, can also be used in the wrong ways. If this thing is powerful enough, it could help us in our fight against the evil
I just got here.
forces you've experienced.
Oh, the chaos probably will unfold.
Well, it's
I'm happy
important.
to help out in combating evil forces. I'll tell you that. I really don't think we should do the suggestion that Alexander had last night. I feel like
I'm
there
just
are
saying, yeah.
more
And that was
honest
a
ways.
last ditch effort.
We've encountered some very dark stuff before you came along, Augustus. The others have
I saw a
encountered
bit of it on
even
that boat.
yeah, and they've encountered even darker stuff before I
Even
joined
darker.
too.
Mm-hmm.
Anything that could help us, you're welcome.
The demons are following us, Augustus.
No one ever mentioned demons, Oddbar.
I did. Posh has seen them.
On.
And
When was
what's the
this
plan
auction
now?
again? Was it today or tomorrow?
I think it was today, wasn't it?
Not given an exact date.
Oh, we might have to figure out
If
when
I
it
look
is.
around the room and am I blinded?
No. Well, what is your plan? What are you up to?
I wanna visit a jewelry. Fuck, I can't pronounce that word. I've never been able to. Jewelry? Jewelry. I wanna visit a jewelry store.
Sure. Can ask one of the servers passing by, and they'll direct you to the Western Market. The main kind of market of the city within the Western Ward.
Of course, I ask if anyone wanna join me. Beforehand.
Is there a bookstore near there?
I mean, pretty much everything's around there.
All right, I'll go
Thing
there
you
with
could
Timmy.
potentially
Look for
want.
I'm back.
bookstore. Mm-hmm.
Well, you're able to find fairly fairly easily in the marketplace. It's fairly like an open market with stalls of all sorts of varieties. And you can find yourself a jeweler's. They're selling basic jewelry and just some gemstones and such as well.
Right, is it a fancy store or is it just like a...
Super fancy, but it's
Okay.
not. It's fairly well decorated. The stall they have is like the wood of the stall is decorated and presented well. All the pieces of jewelry that are on display.
Do they sell decoration too? With
Decoration?
yeah, like display like items made of gold or in different styles, elven and dwarvish, or is it just
They have a couple.
things you wear, like
They have a
rings and
couple.
gemstones and stuff? Huh?
They have
What?
a couple. It's mainly just like a general kind of shop for selling gems, precious jewels, and whether that be on a ring or a statue or something, then or a small statue at least.
Well, hello, salesperson.
It's a kind of older gnome gentleman, bald on top with some white hair kind of sticking at the sides.
I'm looking to impress a certain someone.
Hey,
You wouldn't happen to have a beautiful pearl for me?
that we do. We have pearls, yes.
Should I take a look at them?
Certainly.
Huh?
He'll certainly, and he'll hold out kind of on a silk bag, and he'll kind of spread them out on the open bit of the table.
Look at the... I'll adjust my glasses. And have a closer look at them to see. Look at the most valuable one. The largest one.
Sure.
Polished. Maybe.
Of course.
What's the price of this one?
That one would be 150 gold. The exquisite
150?
piece. I say so myself.
Alright. You have a pearl that's a bit cheaper, still looks nice.
Yes, the range for it varies, but cheapest ones we have are around 80. It goes between 80 and 150.
I could take one for 100.
Very well. If there's anything else one of your friends here are looking to buy,
What is around the store?
jewelry, gemstones on their own, and small little like statues with gems inlaid in them.
Like a magic gem store, or just like
Is,
a
is
general?
Pasha with us?
Just general gems, like nice looking gems. Ashes
Uh,
with you, I assume.
Yeah. Yeah, I
Is
guess.
Is any of this magic?
I don't know. Maybe is it magic? I make an Arcana check just to maybe glimpse something.
Yeah.
I'd also like to make.
Bruh. That
You
was a
can
bad roll.
roll again, Penny, if you're being assisted.
I am not proficient in Arcana. I cannot help you. But I can
Yes.
roll my own.
No.
Doesn't matter anyway.
Two. No, none of it appears magical. You can't really tell. It could be, but I mean, they're not obviously magical. There's no like obvious like glowing or anything.
That's what I always look.
Yeah. None of them are floating in the air or anything. So
Dang.
No, just
I
just
don't know.
pretty rocks.
I don't need any. I already got mine.
Go for some a pearl.
Oh,
2 pearls. Okay.
Timmy,
Yes.
this is a store with fancy rocks. Timmy, show him the rocks you got.
Oh yeah.
Pretty sure they're wooden.
What? Wooden rocks? That's amazing. I bet they're worth a lot.
Could you, all right, salesperson, could you, what's the word for that? When you have someone assess the price of an item.
Appraise.
Praise.
Could you appraise an item for me?
Is it a gem?
Well, it
Is it
might
valuable?
be. No, it's not. It's not valuable in that sense.
And it might be. We don't know.
Can you just determine the material?
Sure.
Send the 2 wooden gesture stones.
Let's quick look at it. It's
Huh?
wood.
Okay, so my suspicions were correct.
What is it? Very
Oh, just some
interesting
toys.
location. Oh,
The magical stones, apparently.
oh, they're magical. I see.
What
do
is
they do?
what do the jester faces look like? Like what are they doing?
Wasn't it that one was
They're
laughing and
laughing.
one was crying?
Laughing. Wait, can
Oh, they're both laughing.
can I
Both
can I
laughing
hold one of the
faces.
stones?
And they have, they're like look like they're opposites of each other. So one has like, like a marking on one side of their face when the other has it on the other, and such thing.
Can I hold it for 1 second?
Sure, just give them back after.
Yeah, sure.
And I give them to.
I'm gonna try like
Impressive.
speaking into the jester face. Be like, hello?
What are you doing,
Just
Augustus?
Does it come out? Repeat.
It's laughing at you.
It's laughing. Like the stone is laughing?
Yeah.
Oh
It's
shit.
animated.
No, it's just you can hear like a kind of laughter
laugh.
coming from it.
I'm gonna it's laughing now. I'm gonna tell it a joke.
Okay. It seems amused.
Okay.
It just laughs a bit more.
If I raise my voice, does it laugh louder?
No.
Oh,
It's kind of stopped laughing now.
Singer.
okay. Can somebody
Interesting
else hold the other one?
discovery there. I couldn't.
Okay. I'll speak into it again. Is anything
I hold it up to my ear, my piece, while he's speaking into the other.
low?
Do I?
Let me double check on the if it. Yeah. You can hear
Ooh.
Augustus's voice.
Oh, yo!
Oh,
I fucking
What?
knew it.
But he sounds
Oh.
significantly higher pitched.
communication devices.
Yeah.
Shocking discovery.
Did you hear me?
I heard you.
Well, say something back.
I'm whispering to the gesture stone. I'm pretty sure Pasha has tits.
What did I hear?
You hear what he said?
Sounds like it
Um,
comes from a.
But he's already a gnome.
It's like he's speaking very, very slowly.
Oh. Why are you saying it like that?
I didn't.
What do you mean you didn't? I just heard you. Why did
Oh,
Why
yeah.
did you say it? Why did you say it all slow like?
Oh, I didn't. I said
Yeah,
I just
yeah,
spoke
you did.
normally.
What?
And your voice was high pitched.
No, it wasn't.
Okay, so these devices seem to alter our voices.
But at least we can now talk to each other far away. Who knows how far, but at least something.
Interesting thing to test. Why don't you keep that one, Augustus? We could test it later.
Happily.
I'll keep one piece and you'll keep the other.
I can't believe that fucking worked.
Pretty amazing. It's amazing.
Anyway, those pearls.
I want to check if it's genuine.
Roll a general intelligence check. Yes. Everything in this store is clearly genuine gems.
Cool.
I can offer you these two discounted price for 190 gold.
2 for 190?
Correct.
I just want the one.
But your friend
For
was
100.
asking as well now?
Fine, it's fine.
Okay, just the one. That would be 100 gold for one of these fine gems.
You would take platinum?
Of course. Yes, that's fine. And platinum.
I'll hand over the 10 platinum.
Very well. I'll hand you that pearl.
Thank you. These seem genuine. And nice.
That they sure are. Thank you for your business. Have a pleasant day.
You too.
What's the plan? I know. Oh, Bar, you were wanting to go see a
Bookstore, yep.
Yeah. There's one kind of off to the side of the market a bit, but you can see it from the marketplace.
I wish to walk in.
You can walk in the door.
Do I,
It's open.
do I see a attendant or whatever?
From what you can see, there appears to be someone who works there. They're kind of sorting out the books. Looks like putting some back on the shelf and taking some out. It's on a tiefling female.
I will approach them and say, "Are you the proprietor of this establishment?"
I mean, I work here, yes.
I need some books.
Is there any kind of books that you'd be looking for in
Books?
particular genre or?
On demons and artifacts.
Hmm. Any separately or?
Separately, and if you have them, both.
I mean, artifacts. It's like focusing on the artifact, or just like a book that an artifact is a part
Dwarven
of this.
artifacts, you?
Are you in the store?
I think he went alone, didn't he?
You
Yeah.
can join him if you want.
I mean, I wanted to go to the bookstore to pick up the same book, so I guess I'll the interest align.
I'll head over there too after the pearls.
Very well. I mean, maybe there's definitely quite a few on demons.
Or like some books on demons.
Yeah, I mean, we have mostly story-based novels.
Story-based novels. I want non-fiction. Encyclopedias.
Very well. I believe we have a couple. Say they're certainly not the most interesting reads. Quite a slog to get through.
You also sell bags to put these books in.
We have some woolen bags, yes.
All right. I'll
But
take it.
quite fashionable, I would say.
Oh, great. How much is one of your bags?
5 silver.
And these demon books, how many do you have?
Of the non-fiction, only 2 in total.
You have anything about the Shadowfell?
Good question.
Shadowfell,
Like also non-fiction, preferably.
we have a small one on the Raven Queen. But of the Shadowfell itself, no. But it does mention it.
We'll take it. How much is that one?
Well, for the 3 of them together, it would be 1 gold and 2 silver pieces.
Anything else we need, Pasha? What other kind of books do we need?
Well,
One book I can think of.
Mm-hmm.
The Wonders of Dwarven Machinery and Techniques.
Is that the name of it?
I don't quite remember. It was something about Dwarven constructs.
We do have this. We have a fiction book about dwarven constructions being used in battles, but nothing of. Don't have any kind of educational books on the mechanics of such things.
About books on magic. What's the most expensive book you have here?
Well, we try to make our prices reasonable. I wouldn't say there's any we have that are particularly more expensive than the others. For books of magical nature, we don't have any spell tomes or anything like that, if that's what you're looking for. We have a couple about teachings of magic, but most of them are, in general, the story is fiction.
Okay. Well, I'll take these books in the book bag.
Okay.
I'll take that one about dwarven constructs used in warfare.
Yeah, that will be 3 gold for that one. Sorry. My apologies, 3 silver.
For my book?
Correct.
Alright, there you go.
I will hand the book back over to Pasha. There you go, researcher.
No. Well, you have a bunch of books. Does anyone else have anything in mind they want to do?
Well, I don't, and so I guess once that all is done, I would take some of the books and start to flip through them. See if I find something that relates to our case, something, anything.
Are there churches?
We have buildings to honor all sorts of deities of various religions from all sorts of races. We're fairly open.
Try to find a church of.
I believe there's one fairly close by on the western side of the East Ward. I don't know the exact location.
All right then. Maybe another. I'd rather not get lost.
What else? Has anyone got any plans they want to do while they're in the marketplace?
Nope.
Oh,
Marketplace.
Yes.
I'll just some chunk of time putting in some sticks again.
alright.
And gas start value on it and just sell that to some strangers.
Selling sticks again.
Sure. You're able to make 5 silver selling
Yeah.
fancy sticks.
Yeah.
People that buy them appear to be like your typical clueless tourist who's fairly well off and just buying anything that's kind of seemingly fancy.
Well, also, you guys need to ask. I say that before I leave the group on their own devices, before I went researching, when the auction is.
Oh, right. Figure out the time.
Well, Butter,
Yes.
you're walking back from the bookstore into the market area. You feel someone brush past you and feel like they're sticking their hand into your coin pouch.
Who?
Bulk bar.
Elbar. Because he looks like a pristine gentleman.
Oh shit! No.
As they touch me, I panic.
Do we see that? Oh,
You haven't noticed yet. I suppose he's cast. You just hear him cast a spell. Yeah.
yeah, I hear Bulk bar casting charm person. I'm like, huh?
And I'll say, "Can I help you, sir?"
Let me just roll that. Ooh. Sure. You turn around, you see a kid, human, male, kind of scruffy, short, brown hair, wearing sort of tattered clothes and got like mud on their hands and stuff. Oh, no, sir. No problem at all.
Oh, were you looking for? Oh, let me help you out here. Were you looking for one of these? And I'll pull out a plat, hand it to him.
Oh, thank you. He's kind of just standing there in shock.
I'll rub my hands in his hair like, stop stealing from people, you little shit. Keep walking.
Sorry. He'll wander off in the opposite direction.
I'm gonna be a little paranoid now.
Maybe you should stop walking with such confidence, Bo.
I know, right?
You'll notice.
Well, that's just when you're a famous adventurer, just people. It's hard to hide it. I honestly thought I was getting stabbed again.
Well, what's everyone's plan?
Such.
If I can have like Pasha walk me around the city, because I guarantee if I try to step anywhere alone, I'm about to get lost and mugged.
Hey, then at least let me bring, if you want a tour, let me bring those books to my home, and then we can go. I can search through this during the night.
And then, search the books.
Well, yeah, like research,
Yeah. Okay, sounds good.
I want to head over to the auction house, but inconspicuously. Is that a word?
Yes. You
Alright,
used it
anyways.
correctly. Yes.
I want to sit on a bench, like on the street, opposite of the auction house, and just read my book. Occasionally, just looking at
performance.
Just occasionally, just looking over for any activity, performance.
Yeah. Sure.
I am also genuinely reading the book.
Yeah.
In between.
Yeah. But you're still a stinky little gnome.
Well, I never did take a bath.
No.
At least he looks clean. If they don't get close to him.
Yeah, you would imagine a big metal dog would bring more attention to
Yeah, that.
me than.
You know what? Probably.
That does get a few looks, funnily enough, yeah.
Probably should have left him at the inn.
Does anybody pay any attention to me constantly casting Porgy once every minute? Or do people just
People around the place don't really pay attention. Everyone's kind of doing their own thing, really. I'm sure your party members are really pal. You're just chanting magic words every minute.
Yeah. There's nothing to worry.
Could we take like a 5-minute break?
No.
All right.
Yes. Sure.
And I have, after this 5-minute break, I have 2 hours left. Just, heads up. Yes, because night shift.
I shall BRB as well.
Well, then now we shall have a 5-minute break. As well. Ugh! Ugh! Spicy cocks! Spicy cocks.
Listening to this
What an interesting
part of the
game.
soundtrack and knowing and having listened to Mighty Nine for so long and hearing that gives me chills. It gives me chills for knowing the moments where it was used. Oh.
Much
Hope
time.
you're enjoying
What's up?
Yeah, but
the show of
the what just was in that
the
with
same
soundtrack,
picture
just
for
that
the
track
past 2 hours.
that just played because of Mighty Nine, and whenever it came up, it just gave me chills from all those moments that just flashed back in my head. Every time.
I didn't know you played D&D, Mr. Cox.
How far are you in Mighty Nine?
No, like episode 12 or something.
Oh, so yes. Oh, so you
48
didn't watch
hours.
too much.
Oh no.
I haven't
About
watched.
28 hours.
Yeah, I mean, I'm working, so.
Oh, you don't? Would you like to watch? Oh. You have any questions, Mr. Cox?
Fairly easy to do.
I have 550 hours of Mighty Nine content. And I can't wait. I can't wait for the.
I'm here to answer
the
all of your
animated.
questions, Mr.
cannot.
Cox.
It's taking too
Is
long.
there anything you'd like
Just
to know
cancel
about
Vox
our
Machina.
characters?
Get on with it.
Let me know.
Yes, get on with it.
About 4 hours.
I have returned.
I mean, like each session lasts about 4 hours, and we've been playing this. We've been playing the same.
Tumba.
We've been playing the same campaign for like a year, I think. Yuto started all the D&D. I will
Yeah,
be
we already.
I will be DMing
Back.
the session tomorrow
Sure.
with Yuto playing. So we have Sunday, then we have Monday, which I DM,
Wow.
and Friday, which I DM
Well,
again,
but-
Silly
and
spider.
then hopefully coming up, Hanfar will DM on Saturday,
spider
and
in the
Yuto
bottom.
DMs on Sunday.
Who knows? Anyway. What are y'all going to be doing now?
Do I see any activities?
Activities?
Yeah, outside the auction house. As I'm sitting on the bench.
Yeah. There's plenty of people coming and going. Bringing boxes. You can see people on the outside are setting up decorations, and putting out flowers.
Oh shit, it's about to start. I take one of the gesture stones that I have and I talk into it. The auction is about to start, I think.
Well, you don't get any reply.
Tum.
Well, I guess in the end, Augustus are just going about, and I show him the noble side of
Augustus?
Augustus. Augustus.
Are you showing the noble area?
Yeah, just
Me.
give him a rundown of the town, I guess.
I'm also trying to just find a church. But I guess Pasha is just like leading me around the whole town.
I mean, what? You tried to find what?
I was trying to find the church of my god, which was
Oh, yeah, I should have said that. What is your god?
Tyr.
Is
God of
any?
justice.
They have a church of that here?
I just asked the librarian, unless they're
No.
alive.
Yeah.
Well, I don't Do I know? Would I know?
You probably know just. You can roll for religion.
Sure. Give me a second.
I help him.
I don't know how you're going to help him.
If he's like saying like names of stuff that he remembers, I'm like, oh no, not kind of like that. If he's like describing the gods of like maybe a church that he remembers, I'm like, no, he's the one with one arm.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the actual Norse god?
Yeah, it's here. There are many pantheons.
Well, I guess I know where. You know.
Yeah, sure. You'd remember.
It's a church over there somewhere. Maybe that'll be the description of your god. And I guess I'll just
What about
show.
What about Elda?
Oh,
Huh?
Deity Elda, goddess of peace.
Of piss?
A piss.
Yeah,
I don't like
Sure.
cheese that much.
I
Uh-huh.
I don't think there's a goddess of bees.
Bro, it's come full circle.
There's not any goddesses of cheese in this city.
Cheese.
The god of tits and wine.
Okay, I'm far.
Bacchus?
Well, Augustus, you are able to find your church, or whatever you'd call it.
I don't know either, to be honest.
Your building dedicated to your deity.
Yep. The one with the
Temple.
symbol, the one with the symbol that I know on the front.
Yeah.
I'll walk in. And if there's like a priest or a cleric or anybody in there,
No, it's fairly quiet. There's a couple people praying, but
I'm certainly not used to that. Back where I'm from, these places are packed all the time. Sick and wounded and people tending to them. I'll offer a short prayer to Tyr. And that's it. I'll leave. But I seem to need helping.
We know that Timmy went to check the time. Hey, you have that weird jester thing, right? You can talk through.
Oh yeah.
Ask him if you found something yet.
I tried.
He's not talking to you. Hey,
Oh.
did you find anything
Oh,
yet?
sorry.
And then nothing happens.
yeah.
I shouldn't have read the description of this.
Yeah.
No, you did. Anyways, Timmy just assumes that what he said did come through, although he's unsure.
When I whisper into it, does it still laugh?
No, it's not laughing at the moment.
I think it's broken.
Maybe
One
we're
use
just too
item.
far away.
Whatever it is, I don't think it's not laughing at my joke. Maybe I need to tell a funnier joke. I'll tell it a different joke.
You hear it whisper to you. Who's that behind you?
Stone whispered that?
Yep.
Well, I look behind me.
There's no one there.
I look back at the stone.
It's laughing.
Fucking made me look. I can't believe this shit. I just got fucking gooned by a wooden. Oh my god.
Real character development, I see.
I'm never falling for that again. I'll put away the stone. Goodness gracious.
Well then. The plan now.
I want to go into like some bushes or something and just look for some random rock.
I mean, there's stones around. You could probably find a stone.
I'll pick up a random rock and use my magical tinkering to make it shed light.
Right.
And then I'll approach the gate of the auction house.
Here, there's some guards there.
Oh, hello, am I late?
Late?
Yeah, we're carrying in all the stuff for the auction, right? I was told to come here.
By who?
Oh, Lord Dingledydoop.
Roll for deception with disadvantage.
Lord Dingly Doop.
I'm afraid it's only permitted employees allowed in.
Oh, sorry, I'm just so stressed. He's been slaving me off. I'm just so tired. Been doing all these tasks for him all day. But I have the item he wished me to deliver.
I think
I show him
the
the-
wrong place.
What? Are there other auctions?
Well, there's the one in the general market. Usually happens once a week.
I'm
Perhaps
pretty
that's what you're
sure
looking for.
my master told me to come here.
Lord Ding-
My master told me it was a large garden here, holding a quite exclusive auction. Look, I mean, your boss is going to be pretty pissed if you turned away, one of the items that are going on at the auction.
Yeah, Lord Dingly Doop is gonna have your heads.
It's going to have your head.
Except the items are not being delivered yet, so
Oh, was it not today?
I think it best you move along now.
All right. Wait, Lord Dingledydoop would like to know when the auction is supposed to start.
Leave.
All right, okay, fine. I'm leaving.
Oh.
I'm making my way back to the town square, looking for the others.
Sure. Roll perception.
No.
It's quite crowded here. Now you see a bunch of different people. Small, scruffy looking kid with two massive pastries in their hands.
My goodness.
Oh.
Yes.
Roughly looking kid, is he a frog?
Your
What?
actions have consequences.
Oh
So
my
the-
god.
That's my boy.
Sealt BRB, kas me Grimmar's
Yeah, you wander around for a bit, but you will find them. It just takes you a bit longer, just wandering around lost.
Which group am I fighting?
Whoever didn't wander off. I think Augustus is still at his temple, and I think Benfran went to theirs, so.
I just offered a quick prayer and headed back with Pasha.
Okay. Well, I guess everyone will be there then. Yeah, you can
So-
find them.
Trying to make sure that no common, like random people here's what I'm saying. I tell the others that it seems they're preparing for the auction right now. They're carrying stuff in. It might be either tomorrow or the day after they begin. And also the items aren't there. They're held somewhere else.
Really? Yeah.
Yeah.
And we don't have any idea where.
Not that it would matter.
Yeah.
Go for stealth and for.
Roll for stealth?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, you said you're trying to like say this.
Yeah,
okay?
yeah.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, okay.
That's a perception of the average peasant is.
The average peasant, indeed. Mwahaha.
Weehehe.
Well, continue.
Oh, Augustus. Augustus?
Augustus.
Did you hear me, Augustus? Did you hear me talk in the stone?
Huh?
The stone. Yeah. With the laughing face on it. Did you hear me in it?
No.
Oh. Maybe these things has a range.
Let me try it again now. And
Alright.
I'll pull it out. Speak.
Nothing.
Maybe they need some time together. Maybe they're sad or something.
Oh. What? I'd like to roll an Arcana to see if that might. Is that reason?
Sure, roll for Arcana.
That make more.
The stones still, or the wooden gestures, they still have their smiling faces, so they can't be sad.
That's what I'm saying.
But since they're equal but opposite, maybe they require each other to work.
I don't know. You're the one with the glasses.
The opposite forces working together.
You can have my stone back if you want. Like, I don't know much about this business.
You don't know much at all, do you?
Actually, you know what? You know what? No. I have an idea. My guardian angel knows a lot.
Who now?
Guardian angel. Yeah, I pull out my crystal that I've been using to cast some spells. I'll ask him.
Are you high?
And I'll sit down with my crystal. Start looking into it. The action that I'm planning on taking is keeping the stones back together.
As you're looking into the crystal, it kind of shimmers and the it emits a kind of darkish black light. Well, it wouldn't emit a light, but the crystal turns like a blackish color.
That for woe?
Yes.
I don't know if we should do that.
Well, keep them together.
Something bad might happen. I don't know.
You're looking into this rock and it tells you what to do.
Yeah. Sometimes it's wrong, but most of the time it's right.
I suppose it would more just be nothing, actually.
Yeah. That's what I figured, but I was wrong.
Yeah, okay, so yeah, nothing happens.
I don't think that'll do anything, Timmy.
Could I do an Arcana check to check if I know what the thing he's
Sure.
holding is?
19.
The spellcasting focus. The crystal.
Interesting. We can keep them separated for now.
Yeah. All right. Guess we just hope that Rupert buys the thing.
Yeah. Should come back tomorrow to the auction place to see if it's happening tomorrow. I don't know how to find out when it's gonna happen.
If they're so secretive about it, maybe it's just like we don't have to care.
Is Pasha here?
Yeah, I
I-
was going with him to the church, so
Could you ask your father tonight when it's gonna happen?
sure, I can ask him.
And if he's been thinking a bit more about, our proposition.
Right. Can see if it changed.
Well, anyone doing anything for the rest of the day?
Nope. I don't have any plans.
And you're heading back to the same tavern?
I'm heading to my parents' house.
Yep.
I'm gonna
Well,
try ask. See if they have time. He has time.
sure. You're able to enter his office.
Dad?
Finishing up for the day.
Do you have some time to ask you something?
What is it, Pasha?
Wanted to know when the auction is actually gonna happen.
I really don't see why this is such a concern of you and your friends. I mean, I'm going to be putting in your registration for the Wizards Academy here in Rydale.
I just say it. It's not gonna hurt you or anyone. Just a date. You don't assume them to go anyway, then why do you care?
Roll for persuasion. Very well. It's starting 2 days from now. Nothing else?
Yeah, they kept on asking me if you changed your mind on them being able to join you or us, something like that. Listen, what we've seen in Kafel lines up with what's being auctioned there. You heard the stories about what happened in Kafel. I've seen what happened in Kafel. Not asking for much. And we're not even asking to keep it in the end. Just need to confirm our suspicions.
Honestly, just sounds like you've been reading a little too many books, Passion.
Reading too many books. You know what happened in Kafeld.
The city was taken over by a rising of thieves and mercenaries.
More to that than just thieves taking over a town. I would know because of it.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Listen, I understand your desire to go out and explore the world. Your place is within the Wizarding Academy. That is what it's what you're needed for.
Lucy, can I have a kiss?
You have a important path ahead of you, and it is necessary that you remove these scales and ambitions, foolish ambitions, from your head.
Show you, you'll prove you wrong.
Does my hair look
I'll-
spicy?
Exit the room, go to mine, and start looking through some books for the night. Maybe even just spend the rest of the day just looking out the window over the town night.
Sure. Well, the rest of you, it is time to pay up.
Oh shit.
Do you have the money?
No, no.
It's almost like I told you guys.
Yeah, you can all arrive at the inn, and the same elven woman will greet you home. Hello. Would it be the same as yesterday?
They're a less expensive inn around here.
No. We are the sole inn within the Royal Street district.
What about in the city?
Of course, there's many inns.
I'm looking to do a little investigation and recon. What's the dirtiest inn around?
The dirtiest.
They're looking for something of a lower
Rowdy.
reputation. Rowdy.
Maybe I want to
the
get in a
storm-
fight, you know?
Suggest you don't, but for
Oh,
rowdy,
I
we
didn't-
have there's the Storm Tamer's Tavern. That is within the Western Ward.
Okay, mm-hmm.
We have, well, it might not be what you're looking for, but the Elderberry Inn is a very comfortable and warm inn, if that's what you're seeking.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Well, I'm seeking all the inns because I am a bard, you know.
I see.
The Elderberry Inn. Okay.
Yes.
That does not sound good at all. It's
Did you mind that they gotta?
What?
and your mother smells of elderberries.
Roll for persuasion's empty.
Okay.
Rolls a 3. 19.
Give me a good roll this time, damn it. Okay.
Ooh.
God damn. Bro, you're about to
Um,
convince the BBEG that he was actually wrong the whole time and he's gonna have a Disney moment.
There's within the Undercrag, Rat's Rest is the most known one there.
Is it vile, disgusting, and rowdy?
I can't say for sure. Enough, I haven't been myself. But it's certainly got its reputation.
Hopefully, a bad reputation. You know what I'm saying.
I don't really. But it's within the Undercrag. Most things there do have less than stellar reputation. That is true.
Well, thank you.
So would any of you wanting to be getting a room for the night here?
No, thank you. So, you know, this inn is very nice, very clean, very beautiful, very
How long do
not
we expect
exciting.
to be staying in Raydale, yo?
No idea. Ooh,
Oh, why was it that you guys came here?
for demons.
I was just more in the world, but it was it probably wasn't best to stay over in Kefeld.
Honestly, Timmy, we were running away for our lives. Okay?
Oh.
I was anyway. Me and Pasha were. Pasha's parents were here, so, drop in. Then you told us about the demon artifact. Could be linked. So now we're here for that, Timmy. You have led us to the
I never
demons.
said it was a demon artifact, but...
Oh, it's definitely demons, Timmy.
Alright.
I can smell it from here. I'll pull out my pipe. Also, I don't want to go to that rat bar. Go to the Elderberry Inn.
I mean, we could stay at my friend's house.
Friend's house.
I don't know if he would accept it. Could try. Yeah, Rothabeb.
Okay. Lead us on the way, Timmy.
That's
I'll at least stay at the Good Inn until the auction hits. I would feel horrible wasting money given to me. Or, well, less so wasting, more so taking it for myself. Given to me to stay in the Good Inn, so I'll stay in the Good Inn.
in.
I'll grab some more tea on the way and try to convince Rothabeb to
Okay, so
stay
who's
there.
staying in the inn?
Me.
Well, small rooms are 10 gold. Large rooms are 15.
Oh, I
Marvin?
think then you mean. Never mind.
Hand over a plat.
Are you following the others in, Roxy?
Yep.
Okay. You knock on the door. Who is it?
It's Timmy. Oh, wait, it was me, right?
Yeah. Who?
I'm back. But you met me the other... It's Rothabeb, right? Met me the other day. You had some tea?
Ah, E-boy. Yes, yes. Come in, come in.
Thank you, thank you. I was
You're
wondering if...
entering?
Well, I enter, at least.
I enter as well. Ah, the great
Okay.
Rothabear. Timmy has told us all
As
about
soon
you,
as you-
sir.
He's going to raise his blunderbuss immediately to you.
Ah, I
Calm
see
yourself
you
down.
play the instruments as
Intruders.
well, sir.
Stay back.
Are you going to play that?
What do you want? What?
That horn you're holding.
No, it's not a horn. It's the improvised projectile exploding device.
Well, you probably...
That thing is...
Well, I wouldn't hold that then.
IPG.
What?
Well, isn't that going to hurt you? Like, explosions come from the item. Or, like,
Oh
barrels.
yes, it has like a 50% chance of breaking my arm when I fire it, but it has a 100% chance of turning you into dust. So,
Let's calm ourselves here.
Well, how does it work?
some black powder, and then you shove a lot of like rocks and pieces of metal in the
Mhm.
front.
The
And then
front.
when you fire it,
The horn part. You made
Mm.
an exploding device out of a horn.
No, this it's not a horn.
Oh, that's genius, sir.
Right.
Rothabeb, could we stay with you for a day or two? We
there's
could
not
exchange notes. I could teach you a thing or two. Teach me. Could be
The
interesting.
workshop's a little small for all these people.
I'm small.
The black
Like a
powder, is that
machine.
just dirt? Like what
No, it's like it explodes.
explodes?
Yes.
I don't know, Mr. Rothabear. That seems very dangerous to try to play an exploding instrument.
Oh, it highly yes. What? No, it's not an instrument.
Why is it shaped like one?
Yes, I have to go back to the drawing board. Doesn't matter. I mean, I don't really have enough space here. There's the floor, but unless you, I sleep in a hammock for a reason. It's harder for the mice to get me.
But at least I stay here. I could help you improve upon that device of yours.
Sure. Yes, I think one space would be fine. You can do that.
Oh, sorry, Bogbar, doesn't seem to be space here.
Well, that's all right, Timmy. I'll just head back to the other end. The fancy one. But I am
Yeah.
curious about your exploding instruments. Like, I would like to have, like, if like, turn my instruments into weapons too, then, like, could you make my strings come off my lyre and strangle people?
I mean, I'm sure you could do that without my assistance.
I can?
I don't see why not.
But I don't have any of that powder.
You don't need an explosive powder to strangle someone.
I want mine to explode like yours. 'Cause it seems like it's a good idea.
Oh no, it's a terrible idea.
It's a terrible. Oh. Why the hell did you do it?
Good question.
I mean, it must be a great idea because as soon as I came into the door, you wanted to show it off. Oh, look what I made! You just seem so excited, Mr. Rothgar, about showing me a bard, which you must obviously know I'm a bard, famous, because you just presented your instrument directly to me.
I'm gonna turn over to Timmy. This one right in the head?
Not quite. He's useful. Very useful. He has what you would call a silver tongue. Not proficient in the tinkering arts, apparently.
Or the thinking arts?
Sure.
Well, off you go.
All right. Let us know if you get the demon artifact, Timmy. I'll be at the end.
Yeah. Alright.
Well, then fair. Let's head to that elderberry place.
Okay.
And I'll speak to you again, Timmy. He does know there's not a demon in it, right?
I've tried, explaining it to him that there's never been any mention of a demon, but doesn't seem to listen.
Hmm.
But how much are you familiar with your dwarven ancestry?
A bit, yeah. I know stuff.
And this artifact was uncovered from a dwarven ruins, I think you mentioned.
Yes.
Are you familiar with the ruins? What it was used for?
I mean, I wasn't given any further information on which ruins, so it's hard to say really.
Right.
Be all sorts of things, but I heard it was fairly small, like a spherical in shape.
Oh,
Mm,
you know how it looks like.
I heard it was spherical, but I don't know anything else. Never seen it myself.
I do another insight check.
Yeah, sure. He is definitely not lying.
Okay. I'll spend parts of the night helping him improve upon his blunderbuss.
Sure. Very rudimentary. It's essentially just a large barrel, or like a barrel kind of thing, and just stuff, explosives, and pieces of metal and rocks.
I want to put a trigger on it, maybe some sort of aiming apparatus.
Very well.
Maybe using some iron nails to reinforce the structure.
Stop it from just exploding.
Yeah.
Completely.
Try to reinforce it, please.
Yeah, you can work on that for the rest of the evening. And the rest of you?
I think me and Finfair are heading towards the Elderberry Tavern.
Yep.
I got myself a room. Nice.
Yep. And gold.
Done.
Well, you can arrive at the Elderberry Inn. It's got small cross-section windows. It's kind of sort of almost like a winter lodge kind of esque look to it. And as you enter, it's filled with rugs, animal fur rugs, very comfy looking chairs again with rugs laying on them. There's like a large fireplace in the corner where most of the furniture is situated. And it's kind of it's got candles on the wall, so there's like a little bit of dimness to the entire inn. Gives it an air of coziness. And at the counter is a wood elf female, and there is a red tiefling in the corner, and they are playing a viol.
I'll approach the wood elf. Ma'am?
I return. Where did they get to? What did you last hear?
Last heard that there was a bard playing a tiefling bard playing something in the corner.
Okay. Well, yeah. They're playing a viol.
Okay. Well, I just want to approach the wood elf and ask for some rooms.
Well, welcome to the Elderberry Inn.
2 rooms,
I can-
please.
2 rooms.
Yep.
Very well. Will be. What will that be? 2 gold pieces.
Done. 2 gold. I give for 2 gold.
Thank you.
All right, Rabbit, you got a room.
Thank you.
Oh, 2 gold a room. Sorry.
I'll give him another 2 gold.
Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
So hand over keys. We have bathing area in the back there. We'll point to it.
Thank
Feel
you.
free to have a seat and a collection of books if you'd like to read.
Excellent. Sunri.
They're all like fairly light books, meant for easy reading. There's a couple other guests here, all just relaxing, a couple chatting amongst themselves.
I'm just going to head out to my room and head to bed.
Sure. Well, unless anyone has anything else, get another long rest.
Who's in?
What the fuck?
And once I wake up, I'd go to the tavern that I knew there was the last time.
Hello.
That's the rest.
They looked for cheaper rooms. Where did Alexander go? Did he also go off for a cheaper room?
Omega said he's gonna be right back, but he never came back.
I've been here. I've been letting you guys.
Oh.
Oh.
Or did you sleep at a nice place or the elderberries?
No, there's a nice place.
My man. So, yeah, it's just us two.
And gold.
So we go to them because I got some news about the auction.
All right. Do you know where the elderberries are?
Would I know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I roughly know where it is. Never really been there, but yeah. You can probably guide us there.
All right. Lead the way.
Volkpar, did you tell me where you were going?
I think I mentioned going to the elderberries place when we were
Oh,
at the
Yeah,
thing, but
at the regular tavern.
yeah.
The
I'll
thing-
head over there too.
You're all able to make your way there. It's quieter in the morning. There's no bard playing that. But you can get some breakfast. There's some soup and some bread and
Mm.
everyone can make their way there.
You say?
Now make your way to the inn. Meet up
Yes.
with everyone.
For my fancy breakfast.
For,
Yeah.
Fancy breakfast.
With leaves drop on top, but fancy. Do we show up? Pasha, you said you had news?
yeah. I'll sit down at the table with the rest of them, I think, eating. To arrive at their tavern.
Mm-hmm.
So, I got good news, I guess, and bad news, I suppose. Good news is, well, as much as we like to call it good, the auction starts in the day from now.
Oh,
So we don't have much time to prepare. Bad news is my dad doesn't really. I asked him. I pleaded, I guess. She just doesn't see a reason to take you guys along, no matter what I did. Sorry.
your father seems like a very determined person.
It's hardworking.
Or strict.
Hello? Hardworking. Like, how else is he gonna get that fortune? It's okay. He'll eventually stop. I'm sure of it.
So what are we gonna do today? Any more preparations before the auction?
Guess we need to figure out how we get into the auction.
I'm not sure if that's an option anymore. Unless we break the law and sneak in. That's the only way, because,
That's not out.
yeah. I don't recommend that.
What if we,
Getting in trouble.
you know, beggars and poor people have a way around getting into places?
Isn't that the illegal thing we're saying?
Pay someone else to do it.
It's still illegal.
I'd say we sneak in. Doesn't matter if it's illegal. We're doing it for the greater good.
I don't know much about this artifact, but like, can we just wait until somebody buys it? Ask them about it afterwards?
But what if we never see it? What if there's so many people coming out with new things in their pockets, and we can't really determine which one is the artifact we're looking for?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, employ a spy, something, or someone.
Can you view the
Go
artifact
for-
from prison?
It's someone else doing this spy work, not
We
us.
know some-
Oh yeah, we can just ask Rupert.
Tell us.
That's true. That'll be the simplest.
Or maybe can he not get us in as a as a disguise of we are his bodyguards? This one sucks.
Yeah, we'll just ask Rupert. Simple as
Is
that.
he still staying at the Elven Inn?
Well, he does wake up a little bit later. If we head back now, he might be having breakfast. Fingers crossed.
Sure.
All right.
Did y'all already get food for breakfast?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've eaten at home.
All right, get on going.
Okay, well, you can make your way there. He is indeed now awake, munching on
Who leaves
whatever
and the
leaves.
drop? For
Yeah.
real. I'll walk up to him. Say, Rupert,
Hello again.
hello. We had something to ask of you. So remember that artifact we were talking about? It's going to be at the auction.
Mm-hmm.
Do you mind, even if you don't buy it, do you mind just letting us know who did, so that we might have a look at it from them? If you don't pick it up yourself, of course.
I mean, I won't know everyone there.
You
It's
can
fine.
always tell us the face.
Yeah, just give us a description, and we'll be able to find him.
If not, we could continue. Fellow, they leave.
Just, it's very important to our gnome friend here that we get to at least inspect the artifact.
Roll for persuasion.
Sure.
Can I help him?
Sure.
Do I get to cast guidance beforehand? Subtle spell?
Sure. Oh my
Oh,
16.
Boy.
god.
That with the advantage?
Yes.
That's with advantage
Oh,
and a 1d4.
Guidance die.
16. I mean, he's an old friend. Well, I've been with him for a while.
I don't particularly see the harm in it. I mean, there'll
There's
be
one
plenty of
face
people
for us
that
to
I
talk to.
can get to know the ball beforehand, but
Oh. Is that also invite only?
it is, yes.
Yes, yes.
No, there's usually a little more people attending that. It isn't within the main hall of the building. So,
Well, all right then. Thank you, friend. I'll see you. We'll see you after the auction then. Are you still going to be staying here after it takes place?
I'll be in Riverdale for a while longer. Yes. I'll probably be moving on.
Well, all right. Sounds good. I'll leave you to your meal. Looks delicious as ever. Never get tired of this. How do you put it? This fancy of a place. This nice of a inn.
It's pretty average.
Okay, Rupert. All right. Have a nice meal. I'll head off. People come with.
Yep.
There we go. You did speak about a ball beforehand. You think maybe we could attend that? Maybe get to know some people? If we happen to meet the person that buys whatever, then definitely be a lot easier to convince him if we've met him at the ball.
We could have Pasha seduce Rupert with their slender, feminine bone structure.
I look with
What are you
shock
talking
and
about?
disgust at him.
What?
What's
You go as
wrong
partners with
you?
Rupert.
He's already our friend.
Wait, no. I mean,
Only logical.
They did say no extra person, right? So even if I tried to disguise as his significant other, I wouldn't be able to get in either way, right?
Weird that if you can't bring a dancing partner to a ball.
I'm gonna go dance.
Probably Gala than
I don't know. What's the difference?
more talking, less dancing.
Besides,
he said ball.
if my dad sees me, I'm done for.
Seducing Rupert?
Just in general being there. He doesn't want me there. He doesn't want us there.
At the
I
ball?
don't even know if he goes there. Yeah, like in general, like.
I don't know.
I would
mean,
say would cast invisibility on someone, or maybe me, Bogba, and then two people just sneak in. Because I'm pretty sure once someone like Alexander ends up in that crowd, he wouldn't be caught. He looks like a noble. He looks like he would be there. He looks like someone could have been. You know what I mean.
I don't think sneaking in's a good idea. Just wait, and then our friend Rupert is going to give us a description. No reason to sneak into places we're not supposed to be.
Yeah, we're not supposed to be in there.
I feel like doing that in and of itself isn't horrible, but it could definitely lead to some situations where you have to make decisions you don't want to. Do something that you never intended to do. Get into trouble. I wouldn't say it.
Well, we could just enjoy city for now, till tomorrow.
Yeah. You
Yeah,
can
Is there-
show us some of the good spots around town, Natasha.
We deserve some time off, I guess.
Oh, sure. See, I'll think about any nice things to visit, to look at. cool.
I mean,
Very
your
nice.
immediate thought goes to the Royal Athenaeum. Uh, pretty
Oh.
much the largest library in the city in the
Go
Wall
read some.
Street.
Go read some books, guys.
Well, that's great fun.
Yeah, that's what I say. It's like a giant library, not
I'd like to
too
roll
far
in.
from me.
Right?
There's no way they're serious. They're playing a joke.
Roll persuasion.
Both of us, or
Persuasion.
yeah, both of us, or
No, you.
me? Oh, he does. I thought he doesn't believe us liking books.
You're not very convinced that this book idea is very interesting.
Yeah, I don't know about that one, Pasha. Is there anywhere else? Two.
Go check out the daily market.
What do they normally have there?
Stuff.
Okay. I mean, I won't stop y'all. I'm reading your books. Yes. It just doesn't sound very interesting.
Well,
Hey, Fanfaron.
Yup. Yeah.
Looks to me. You said that they didn't have the stuff there yet.
Well, they were carrying stuff in yesterday.
Okay.
Possibly preparing for the ball, the auction. But you mean that? Oh, you mean the auction stuff?
Yes.
I mean, the guard, I don't think he meant to mention it, but he said that the items aren't supposed to be delivered yet. Which implies that they're not there.
Fanfaron, what? In fact, come up fastest
What are y'all implying?
to see if we can. Coming from.
Why?
Yeah, maybe they can determine which and what it's holding, even if we not end up knowing who got
To
it.
what end?
At least to know who has it.
I don't
then.
feel like going to read.
Oh, I mean,
And I don't feel like getting you out of trouble. When
No trouble.
people find that you're spying on them, like
he knows what he's doing.
this thing is clearly secretive and private.
There is no.
If I walked into somebody else's house and just started looking
Not
at all their
walking into
stuff,
someone's. Walking down the street.
I don't like it, man. I don't like all this sneaking around business. I think there are honest ways to obtain whatever we want. We have a friend who's going to the auction. He's going to let us know. All we have to do is enjoy ourselves until then. Actually, Pasha, is there a what's the largest church? Or at least somewhere. Have you ever gotten beaten up and needed to go get healed somewhere?
You calling him a wimp?
No, not at all. I feel like I'm not doing much right now, and I appreciate being able to help out some of the healers of the town if I can.
Her dad.
What? Sorry.
We asked. Hayden asked.
Or at least where people go to get healed.
That one would be the noble areas.
I mean, there's like healers places as well.
Yeah, there's like if you need to get healed, if you like hurt or something, there's also like directly just healer. Doesn't necessarily mean a church has, you know.
I've always associated.
No, they're just normal healers, apothecaries, stuff like that.
See, I just Augustus. I just don't really think it's a good idea. I'm speaking to Alexander, by the way.
I know.
Guess I can't stop you.
What do you
Yep.
think, Baron?
Sure, as I slap your ass again and
Can you
gaslight
not?
again.
Can't wait to Fenfern to die already.
Do it again and I'm kicking you off the cliff.
Are you a willing creature, Omega?
I am. Ah,
Saving throw.
Why are you casting light on?
I don't know why he keeps. Apparently, I can't protect for my life today.
Oh,
Well, your ass is now lit up.
Yeah, sure, I'll help you now.
Why?
Why not?
Pointless, I guess. It draws attention to you. Are you like into him or something? Like, why are you?
What? Weird ass question.
The weird ass gesture to just slapping him on the ass.
Slapping?
Oh,
Just poking with my tiny rabbit hands.
was this the gay Timmy was talking about? He wants to sleep with him in a room together.
Wait, who's he
Oh,
attacking? What the fuck?
Who are you, Tekken?
Do you think?
are you stabbing him?
Minimum damage going up his arm.
Dude,
What the fuck?
Sure, you can do
what?
one
No, no, no,
damage.
no, 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 no.
1 damage to cut him up the arm.
Nope. In front of your eyes, a symbol of justice appears in front of you and distracts you momentarily. Roll again.
And now it's a natural 20, and he does 2 damage instead.
Oh, you miss.
Why are y'all fighting? Just
Ask
I don't
him.
know.
Point sword.
everybody, chill out. We can just not fight each other. He doesn't want to be touched. Don't touch him, Fenfarron. And I assume Fenfarron doesn't want to be stabbed. So
Spell it.
Just gaslight on my ears then.
At least
Alright.
it's not.
just everybody calm down. We don't have to be at each other's throats. I'll go do whatever, I guess. I really don't think it's a good idea, but I can be wrong. Go for it.
Alexander knows what he's
Well,
doing.
Now that Augustus is distracted, I'll wander off into some alleys. I'll look for some vagrant children.
You are in the upper district, but you could wander
Oh, we are?
further. Yeah.
I saw some kid with some pastries that looked homeless.
Do I
homeless.
do I notice him leaving?
Roll for stealth to sneak out of the area.
I'm not actively looking for him, so it would go off
Yeah.
past the pistol.
No.
Damn it!
No, he's very obviously
you
he's like
immediately kick a
He's like
stone.
he's tiptoeing like fucking
Yes, yeah.
hamburger style.
he's doing that. It's very obvious.
Well, I
He's like
think that
snapping.
I'm wandering off while he's distracted.
Hey,
I'm
hey,
looking for the pastry kid.
where are you going?
Huh?
Where are you going?
Oh, it's just wanted to mingle with the townspeople.
Okay.
Information is power, after all.
Why are you sneaking off though?
Huh? Oh, this
Why-
is just how I walk. I'm just a bit nervous.
I'd like to roll insight.
The good old no, I just
Oh, then I roll deception thing. Oh!
Oh.
It's a nat 20 though.
Yeah, but it's an ability check.
Yeah, but nat 20s are cool.
Yeah, but didn't we have that talk last time about nat 20s not being instant successes, even in your game? Unless you
Well, I
changed that.
specified unless it's well, I said to the point of something being dumb. You can't just nat 20 lift up an entire city. You can because like you can do something beyond the ordinary to an extent.
Sure. I mean, I don't mind.
I'd say
I don't mind.
you feel like he's lying, but then you immediately like maybe he does walk like this.
never
I
paid
can't
attention to him
I can't
walking.
remember anyway. I mean,
Yeah.
Also, I
Oh,
really
maybe-
need to take a
yeah,
piss,
maybe I'm just
so
fucking weird.
that's just how I walk when I need to take a piss. Yep.
Oh, okay. Have fun.
Very well. Well, you can wander off into the marketplace and search for. What are you looking for exactly? Or where are you going exactly?
Oh, I swear I saw some kid with some pastries that looked dirty. He must have been one of the homeless people in the rich district.
Let me just say that everybody else, or well, at least I am going to the market anyway after Omega and Fanfare. Their thing. Walk off.
Okay. Well, roll for perception.
Alright. Ah, terrible
Nope.
rolls today.
You can't see the kid. You're in the sort of setup of the marketplace, wandering around, and there's no sign of him.
Ah. Well, I'll buy myself some fruit or some snacks or something.
Here. Just say a silver.
Just sit down and just look at the crowd of people. How many silver?
One silver
Okay.
for snacks.
I'll spend my day just wandering, looking at stuff then.
I mean, if you're spending an entire day, you can roll again.
Sure. Yeah.
It's like you're just wandering in the market the entire day, just exploring the sights.
Oh.
And...
What
It
the
doesn't
fuck are
matter.
these rolls?
I'm just looking at anyone that might look out of place.
I mean, as you're wandering the market, it's fairly busy. You know, all sorts of different people, different races, and pretty difficult for you to kind of immediately see anyone who's obviously poor or whatnot. And the rest of you doing anything at the market?
No, just I guess just window shopping. Just
I'll search for any meats on a stick.
There's meats on a stick.
Yeah.
How much do you want?
I want at least 2 sticks of meat.
Sure, that'll run you 4 silver.
Looks like a steal for this district.
It's the... You're not in the upper district. There's no market in the upper district.
Oh, okay.
There's like fancy shops, specific things, but
A fancy barber?
there's a fancy barber's. Sure.
Yeah.
Fairly low down.
For real.
You can kind of tell from wandering up Royal Street a couple times that how you get the bigger the houses and the fancier the places look.
Right, right. Oh, yeah.
And the other two,
Window shopping. Looking around, not really intending to buy anything. Enjoying the sights, seeing what there is to see.
yeah, it's a nice place. You know, fairly happy mood over the city, and everyone's buying and selling lots of different unique and interesting stuff. Well, it's just your general food and whatnot.
What's the first thing that catches my eye?
Roll for perception. Um.
It could be anything. I'm looking. I'm just looking.
Yeah. There's like a food stall,
A food
mainly
store, do I
selling
see both bars?
fruits.
Oh, fruits.
Yeah. You see some mostly basic stuff, apples, pears, and stuff. But there's a couple that you don't really recognize as well.
I'll try some of the fruit that I don't know. I'll walk up to the shopkeeper. I'll hold up one of the fruits that doesn't really that I haven't seen before. What's this called?
Ah, that is the Southern Milan.
A what?
A Milan.
A melon.
Yes.
What does it look like?
It's around, pretty large beer. It's green.
A melon. Wow. I think I'll have one. How much are they?
Okay. It's 1 gold. They are imported from
Ooh,
quite
goodness.
far away, and such they are
Can I
costly.
just have a smaller portion? This seems quite big.
Unfortunately, opening it up would cause it to spoil quicker, so
Ah. I'll have a melon.
very well.
That's so dumb.
I'll show it to Pasha. Check this out. It's a southern melon.
okay.
I've never seen one of these before. You're telling me you've had this before?
Have I? Think I had. Maybe.
Most likely,
Oh.
from your background, you've had them.
I do not like southern melons.
I don't exactly
in real
remember,
life.
but yeah, I think could have been.
I do not like the southern melons.
I don't really know how to open. You like peel it?
Sure. I'll help him. Yes.
Try to peel open the watermelon? What am I?
Roll for survival.
No, wait, I do have a knife. Right.
I also have.
Small
Uh,
knife, though. I don't
I
think
don't know
I
if
can
I'm
cut
supposed
through
to
it.
use it, so I'm just trying to peel it.
No, I'm using my small knife and trying to like cut through it as much as I can, as deep as I can and around it.
You're making a bit of a mess of it, but like you're able to cut it open.
I'll have some.
I'm good for now.
I'm gonna go find. I'm gonna go find Bobber.
Baba?
Yeah, Bobber.
Who's Baba?
The music man.
Oh,
The fishing fella.
I'll pat Augustus on the back. I think we should read a book together sometimes.
For what purpose? There's no need.
You'll see soon enough. I'll pat him on the back and hand him over the other half of the melon.
Okay. Thank you. And I'll tap Pasha on the shoulder. Cool.
Ooh, 13 AC!
Just in case.
And Alexander and Fenferin, what are you doing?
Well, take the most. Auction house down to.
Where's the warehouse district?
Wherever things are stored. Any big city at least has a place. Like, God. Been too long. What?
Well,
Well, that's it. Just like Kefeld had the outskirts, actually had all of the warehouses and everything. Didn't have warehouses right up next to King's Castle.
well, no, there's not going to be any in the Royal Street, but
We'll just make our way down to actually has things. If we run.
I mean, you can walk around the city and go to different areas. Like, there's not like one storehouse district. There'll be
Oh, yeah.
storehouses around the city.
Trying to see if we can run into them bringing artifacts up. Or if
Sure. Roll for perception. Is there any particular area of the city you want to be going to? Undercrag, Eastward, Westward.
where is the more higher class place outside of this?
I mean, the west and east are fairly middle.
Unfair, west or east first?
West.
West week.
Sure. Roll perception.
I have any help since adventure,
You know, if he wants to help.
and I have some help, Baron.
Sure, I shall. So that's cast guidance on myself.
And kite.
On myself.
Oh, okay. 22.
fuck you.
Okay.
25.
25.
I would say roll with advantage then. Okay.
Nah.
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of carts moving to and from warehouses. You can see a bunch, quite a lot of them from the area heading northeast.
Okay.
I wouldn't say you spot any that are like obviously carrying artifacts.
Nothing specifically heading up.
I
we
think
came
this is.
from.
I think this is lost cause.
I mean,
thought
they're
I might
like,
as well try something else other than round.
I mean, there's some like going in that direction. Yeah.
Well, I shall go to the market area and start selling some sticks again.
Sure. Roll for persuasion.
Okay.
And assuming you're casting your
I am casting
amazing
my.
spell.
Let's go. Yeah. Sword value. Let's go.
Sure, you're able to make 7 silver selling
He's
sticks.
rich.
We're rich. 7 silver. Amazing what sticks can do. Alright. Well. Anyone else doing anything in particular at the market?
I don't think so.
The Milon.
Milon.
Southern Milon.
Well, there are no homeless kids that I can see, so
Not in the market. Everyone here appears to be fairly well off to an extent. Well.
Good.
Anyone else doing anything for that remaining day?
Oh, nope.
Nope.
No,
I'm
not
enjoying this.
really.
Okay. In that case, who's going to which inn for the night?
Hell's
Paid this money to stay at the fancy inn. So I will stay at the.
So, that's 10 gold or 1 plat. Who else is going where?
going to Rothabab.
Yep. You'll allow you to stay. Asha's going home, I assume.
I will. This time I will copy or make a sketch out of his blunderbuss. Like study it,
Okay.
like schematics.
And the rest? Benferen and Alexander.
I'll go and find some stuff to buy. Like a bell, for example.
A bell.
Yes.
Yeah, you can buy a simple bell for a silver.
So, isn't it like 1 gold? No?
For a bell.
Oh well.
He probably
I guess
took
once.
one time for a spell.
Right. What do you need it for?
So I can sell it and use my
Oh,
Or maybe
okay.
something that's worth like 1 gold and small. That's what I'm looking.
Sure. Okay, what are you looking to buy exactly? A bell.
I don't know, like a
Something.
shiny bell or like something that's like 1 gold and small.
Sure. You can buy one.
Yep.
Roll deception.
Deception. Okay.
I just see them the ask for character tokens. Oh, I didn't even see that.
Gameplay.
Yeah.
Okay.
No one is willing to buy it from you. They
Damn.
just seem a bit suspicious about you. So
Oh,
you
shit.
spent a gold, but you now have a fancy belt.
Okay.
I'm gonna try again tomorrow. Probably try to sell it to like
Yeah.
Tasha's dad or something.
What?
Yup.
Oh,
Here's empty.
Alexander, where were you going?
Face cam just went off.
Omega,
Yes.
where are you going to sleep?
I'll just stay in the same.
Which is?
I have linen.
Which is?
A single.
Right. And Roxy,
No, I was gonna make fun of you for being a noble sleeping in the poor inn, but you've earned my respect.
Me? Just same place as before.
sure. 2 gold for you two.
1 night.
Yes, 2 gold each for 1 night. Unless you want
Damn.
to go to the Rat's Rest.
You know what? I
Rat.
shall go to
We're
the
the rats.
rats. Yeah,
Oh my goodness.
rats. We're the rats.
Michael. Your birthday today.
Sure. Well,
And Thorin, it's your birthday today.
yeah, you head over to the Undercrag district to the north of the city. As I mentioned before, it's mostly wooden houses, and they're kind of all like mismashed together. It's like houses on top of houses. The streets are almost kind of maze-like, and roll for perception.
Okay.
Nice.
14. Why do you have that?
Why do I have what?
A lucky thing.
That's a good question. Why do I have that lucky thing? I don't think I have that lucky thing.
Just reroll 1.
Yeah, you reroll
Yeah.
once.
I don't know. It's probably like some habit thing that I'm just trying to find. Effects.
Weird.
What's the name of your race?
Aragon.
Haragon. Why did I roll?
I don't see luck underneath that.
You don't have the lux, but feet.
I know.
Confused.
You rolled a 8.
I'm assuming there's a reason for it, but are you sure you've not selected something?
Yeah, I'm quite sure I haven't
Like when you
selected any.
select a rule, does everything look normal?
Yeah,
Look at your features. Go through every single one of your features.
I'm going. Holding bond, that's just a action, lucky fork. Senses, language.
Yeah, because it's just like nothing I can see that.
The hell.
Don't know what's happened to my face cam.
Yeah,
It just
I
turned the
can't
fuck
see
off.
anything
Neither do I.
whatsoever.
What? I mean, I rolled once before as well, so I don't know why it did that right now.
Oh well.
Yeah, it's everything like saving throws, and I'm very confused. Oh well,
Yeah.
worry about it another time.
Yep.
You're able to eventually make your way to the Red's Rest. It's about as fancy as you'd expect. Bunch of rough-looking people. At the counter is a purple male tiefling. He'll greet you in. All right.
Yep. Greetings. One room, small rabbit.
Wabbit.
I mean,
Rabbit.
very well. That's 2 silver pieces.
I hand him over the silver piece.
Very well. And yeah, everyone's able to get their rest.
Auction day, boys.
Exciting.
Question is, are you leaving in 10 minutes,
Leaving
Penny?
in 10 to 20 minutes, yeah.
If it's worth stopping now?
Whatever you think. Probably is.
But what if we played until 8 p.m.?
For what reason?
That will be 8 more hours.
Oh,
Oh yeah, that just happened to line up with like okay.
yeah,
I get-
that is what it was going to be in 10 minutes, so that's why I
I was like, huh?
went completely past me.
That's all right. Got to explore Raydale. Find out some business. Next week, the auction. And
Next
more
week,
party
the
members
auction.
fighting each other.
Hey, yo.
Yeah.
Well, to this day, I did not know that Cast Light has a fucking saving throw on it.
Cast light on somebody's clothing. Like if they're like invisible, cast light on them.
Yeah.
Fairy fire works better.
I think killing them is more effective.
Well, it's easier to kill them if you can see them.
Well, so next week.
Hey,
We have.
Okay.
All right.
So sad we couldn't go to the auction.
I mean,
Tragic.
yeah,
Trying our best, but the rolls today were just really, really bad.
they're alright.
Oh, I'm asking Penny.
I mean, look at them. Like, they were all pretty. Like, mostly single digits. Was a lot of
What?
people.
I don't know.
I just couldn't see an obvious way to get in there without causing
Exactly.
trouble.
Exactly. There's probably no way to get in without causing trouble,
Yeah,
which is
persuasion check. 2.
why we don't cause trouble, and then we're fine.
No, we gotta cause trouble, else
See
the
you
story
guys
would
later.
go into a hold.
That's the
because
stream,
Rupert-
boys.
Rupert's gonna have our back. and we'll
Good
be able
night,
to
everybody.
find
Thanks for
whatever else.
watching, Spicy Cox and Beardy.
Simple as that.
Oh. And employing some homeless child
Goodbye.
to spy. Be fun.
Oh.
Goodbye.
That
See you tomorrow if you want to come join tomorrow, or
Ooh,
I'm the
city.
dungeon master.
Would it
Or bullshittery.
be effective? Maybe. Would it be
Goodbye,
bad
everybody.
when the child
See you
is
later. Thanks
caught
for
and
watching.
then they